Mr. Mbata, Good morning, Enrico. It's Chris at Eskom.
Morning, Chris. So I understand I must give
Morning.
you co-hosting.
How are you today?
Yeah, all right. How are you doing?
Good, very well, thank you.
Excellent. So I must give you co-hosting rights to project the presentation.
That would be amazing, please. Yeah, I'll drive the deck for Eskom, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thanks, Chris.
Pleasure.
Chris, can you quickly check if it works?
Okay, we're just testing now. Yes, is that going? Enrico, can you see it now?
There's nothing yet.
You need to close my.
There we go. It's on now. It's flighting now, Chris?
Yeah, can you hear it's okay, Enrico?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay.
So you can remove it for now.
Okay, thanks. Just give me a second, I'll do it right now, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Bolson. You're at the right place.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Morakane.
Good morning, CEO. How are you?
We're good. We're good. Thank you very much, members.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, Mr. Bapti.
Good morning, Mr. Bapti.
Nice to hear from you. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members and secretary.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. Let's start our meeting. Now the time is up past, and I can notice that some members haven't managed to join yet. But let's hope for the best that they will. Secretary, can you flight the agenda?
There you go, Chair.
Very much. Thank you very much. I wish to welcome everybody in the meeting. I know that Eskom had an apology that they will be out of the country, but they promised to be back. I would also wish to welcome them from wherever that they are coming from. And I also wish to welcome the members of parliament, knowing that Friday there are also other things to be done. So we are not going to waste a lot of time in terms of, I know that the minister also was interested to join. I'm not sure whether he has joined or the deputy manager, deputy minister has already joined. But I wish to welcome everybody in the meeting and also the chairperson of Eskom and the team. Let's hope for the best that today will come with different issues and different things, and we will also be able to make sure that all what they are going to present is going to assist in issues that they are always talking about. The communities are just crying about the electricity and also water. Water and electricity are the key issues that they are always crying. So let's welcome everybody to the meeting. Hope that we will share all what we think that is necessary for us to share to one another. Secretary, the agenda is saying that the next item is apologies. Do you have any apologies with you?
I do, Chair. We've
Yes.
received apologies from Mayor Sun and Mayor Mofokeng, who is currently attending the Portfolio Committee on Minerals and Petroleum Resources, Chair. But I see that Mayor Sun is on the platform. So they are here, but they're also attending the physical meeting of the PCMPR, Chair. And then we've also received an apology from the Minister of Electricity and Energy. He's attending the launch of the Department of Electricity and Energy, Chair. So those are the apologies received, Chair.
So is the DM with us?
I don't see her on the platform, Chair.
You don't see. Okay.
Uh-uh.
Thank you very much. Okay. No, let's allow any other of member of parliament to accept the apologies and also adopt the agenda as proposed. Any hand? Honorable Boss.
Good
Oh,
morning,
I can
Chair.
see Paulson. Paulson.
Good morning,
Honorable
Chair.
Paulson. Morning.
Good morning, members. Good morning to Eskom officials, and good morning to the support staff. Chairperson, just before I accept the apologies and move for the adoption of the agenda, I will be leaving at 12:30 today. I'm going to attend mosque, and with that, Chair, I move that we accept the apologies and that we adopt the agenda for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Paulson. Any other hand?
Mayor Sun indicated here on the chat.
Any other hand? Hello?
Hello, Chair. Yeah, no,
Secretary?
I'm saying Mayor Sun on the chat. She says she'll second that, Chair, the agenda.
Okay. May Hassan is seconding. Thank you very much. The next item is from Eskom, the presentation from Eskom. Now that the DM and also the minister has apologized, so we're not going to give them any space in the agenda. We will see on who is going to join later on, and then we'll give him or her time on that time when they arrive.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to register that from our side, we are led by the DDG responsible for state entity and oversight and incubation. She's on the platform. She will then introduce the board chair. Thank you.
Okay. The DG is already online, even himself. Thank you very much. Over to you, DG, so as to give over to the team of Eskom.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members and colleagues.
Recording in progress.
I just want to apologize again for the minister who is leading the launch of the department today, and the board chair, and as well as the CEO of Eskom will take us through the discussions. Thank you.
Okay, we have already take note of the apology for the minister. Then you are saying the CEO is going to take us through.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. This is the Chair of the Eskom board. I'm going to do a few opening remarks. Then I'm going to hand over to the CEO of Eskom, Mr. Dan Marokane.
I thought that they are saying that you have also attended their launch. I'm sorry for that. Thank you very much for coming to our meeting, understanding that you were supposed also to attend the other one. Over to you, Chairperson of Eskom.
Thank you so much. And let's go on to the next slide, please. Next slide. So again, on behalf of Eskom, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us and good morning to the members of the committee. Good morning to also the chair and also to our colleagues from DEE. I'm going to be making a few opening remarks and then hand over to the CEO of Eskom. And before I dive into this slide that you have in front of you, I just want to share a bit about some of the things that we see happening around us in the operating environment in Eskom. These are things that have informed some of the choices that we have made with regards to this plan, the 5-year plan that we're going to be discussing here today. The first point that I'd like to make is the shift in terms of the geopolitics. We have seen that where there's generally a move across the world from a bipolar world to a multipolar world. This has got significant implications for our company, Eskom, given the fact that traditionally the original equipment manufacturers that we have used as Eskom are largely US and EU-based companies. But now when you look at this new world that is emerging, we're starting to see that there are other alternatives that are emerging outside of the traditional trading partners. And it is something that we cannot be blind to as Eskom as we do our planning. So the developments that are happening in China, that are happening in India, Russia, and elsewhere, those are things that we need to factor as we think about the future of Eskom. The second point I'd like to make is around the national debt of South Africa together with the household debt. We know that South Africa, we are sitting with a national debt to GDP as a percentage sitting at about 75%. And in terms of household debt as a percentage of disposable income, we're sitting at about 62.5%. All of those are high numbers. What that means to us as Eskom, as we think about the future, is that we can no longer be thinking of saying that we'll have to go to National Treasury to come and rescue us as we go into in terms of the future. We need to make sure that this business is sustainable, is able to stand on its own 2 feet, you know, and that is something that we have looked at. We know that we don't have all of the controls to get us to that position, but we certainly are reaching out to different departments to help us to be in a position where we are able to stand on our own 2 feet. With regards to the tariff increases, we also know that the consumers of South Africa going forward have got little or no appetite for increases that are double-digit increases. And that has got huge implications for us as a company in terms of how we run our business going forward. The third point I'd like to make is on moral degeneration in terms of our own country. We see that manifesting itself in terms of the illegal connections that we see throughout the country, the fraud and corruption that we see, the fact that municipalities are being paid, but they're not paying us. That all of that reflects the moral degeneration that is happening, and it's something that, as we plan about our future, we need to take that into consideration. Yes. Hello. Hello.
Okay. You can continue. I've lost you. Thanks, Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay, then the last point I'd like to make is around what we have seen globally with many countries that have moved into renewables and have moved in a big way into renewables, and they're starting to see some challenges linked to that. And it is communicating to all of us the importance of base load. And as we think about the energy mix of South Africa, it is very important that we take lessons that we're seeing in other countries, like in Europe, in particular Germany, and what is happening in Australia, needs to inform our strategy as we move forward. And we have taken all of that into consideration. So with that, then I want to come to the slide that is in front of you. We've got 4 strategic objectives that we have as a business. And the first one is the pursuing of financial and operational sustainability. The second objective that we have is to facilitate a competitive future energy industry. The third objective is to modernize our power system. And the fourth one is to strive for net zero emissions by 2050. So linked to each one of these objectives, we've got key focus areas as a board. And this is the kind of direction that we are pushing the executive team to be focusing on. On the first objective of pursuing financial and operational sustainability, in terms of the focus areas for us, we have had a generation recovery plan that has served us for 2 years. We have learned a lot out of the implementation of that plan. It has demonstrated that by having focused action, we can be able to really address the load shedding problem that we've had in South Africa. But at the same time, we are not yet load shedding free as a country. We need to move to that point. So we need to take the lessons of the last 2 years, integrate them into a new plan, and see how we can move into a place where we can comfortably say that load shedding is behind us. So that is the focus of the team going forward. The fact that we're sitting with close to about 100 billion rand of municipality debt, it's a big problem for this company. And it's something that we cannot solve all by ourselves. And we were we've come up with a plan called a distribution agency agreement. And implementation of that plan requires a full support of National Treasury. It requires the support of organizations that fall within SALGA. So we need the support of a number of departments to make this thing to work. That is the big focus that we have, managing the stakeholders, engaging them, getting agreements from the relevant ministries to help us to execute this distribution agency agreement. Our costs, we have to make sure that our costs are reduced significantly as South Africa continues to be challenged by the electricity prices. We need to move now from energy security. Yes, we secure that, but we also need to make sure that energy is affordable. That is the next battleground, the affordability. And then the last point I'd like to make here is around governance and internal controls. We're strengthening them. On the second objective of facilitating a competitive future energy industry, we have been working very hard to unbundle Eskom into the 3 different entities. We've done a good job in unbundling NTCSA that was operational from the 1st of July 2024. We need to continue with that drive because it is critical to create an environment where there is a competition in the market, and that competition is going to help at the end of the day to drive down the costs, and that can only be a good thing for the citizens of our country. We have embraced as Eskom the renewables agenda. In the past, our strategy involved only us managing the current fleet and not participating in new generation capacity. That has changed. We are going to be participating in renewables in a big way. And we have already started and have operationalized a business unit that makes us to be a relevant player within the space. In terms of modernizing our power systems, we currently have got grid constraints that limits the ability of renewables to be connected into our grid. The big focus of the National Transmission Company of South Africa, NTCSA, is to accelerate the transmission development plan execution. And that is a big focus that then together with the NTSA are focusing on. We also want to make sure that we address the huge problems that we have on non-technical losses. In a simple language, to minimize the illegal connections that we have in our country. To do that, and to also make sure that we do not punish people that are doing in good things. Load reduction, as necessary as it is, unfortunately, it sometimes punishes, almost all of the time, it punishes people who are paying. But to protect that infrastructure, we have to go that route. The best way to address this is to roll out smart meters. This is what our distribution business is driving in a big way. So rolling out of those smart meters is an important strategic direction to minimize losses, to also improve how we're dealing with our paying customers. And again, we see that the digitalization is a big agenda of Eskom going forward to improve how we are interacting with our customers.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Are you done now?
No, I'm going to let me just make the last point. Okay. The last point I'm making here is that we are moving into a clean energy as a strategy, not just green energy. And what we have also done is to decouple the shutdown of the power stations from implementation of the JET strategy. And that decoupling has meant that now we are going to be doing what we're calling repurposing of those power stations way before we shut them down, so that we do not negatively impact the communities that depends on those power stations. So with that, then I'm going to hand back over to you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. All what you have raised is very important and critical, especially when you made mention of this electricity reduction and also load shedding for the communities. And also I like the way you put it in terms of the affordability electricity to the communities. But let's hear more, Chairperson, from the CEO, as you are going to delegate them to present the 5-year plan. Thanks ever so much, Chairperson Nyati, about the presentation. Thanks.
Chairperson, good morning. Good morning to honorable members as well, and my colleagues and the colleagues from the ministry. Chair, the chairperson of the board has already touched on the strategic focal areas for the business. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. Suffice to say that our strategy is, of course, like any other strategy, a multi-year strategy. We do some minor tweaks here and there to respond to emerging headwinds or tailwinds. But fundamentally, it is the 4 pillars that we continue to drive of financial and operational sustainability, facilitating the reform, modernizing our own power systems, and also doing a bit in as far as the emissions reduction is concerned. The chair has touched on some aspects of the activities under each of these strategic objectives. I just wanted to indicate that when you get to seeing a corporate plan and a shareholder compact, those reflect ambitions carried under these 4 objectives, and they essentially bringing into operationalization the strategic intent here. It is important for us that we remain consistent in terms of what we have set ourselves to do, and we go back now and again to assess relevance as necessary. We are comfortable that this path is yielding results for us, and in the next slide, I'll start showing you some progress to date along this path, so that when we get to a point of seeing a compact and a corporate plan going forward, you can actually begin to appreciate the progress that has been made. So if we move to the next slide, just reflecting on the performance of the last financial year, which is the year that ended March 2025, you'll see that under the financial and operational sustainability aspect, there's been extremely big improvements in terms of availability of supply. As at the end of March, we were available 96% of the time to meet the demand from electricity point of view. We re-emphasize that compared to the previous year, we had just gotten under 17 billion rands of reduction year on year on diesel spend. I'll go in the next slide and show you that the narrative that is gaining traction out there, times from some quarters of us burning excessive amounts of diesel, is not supported by data. In that year, we had reduced unplanned outages by 6.5%. This is what really comes back and manifests itself in our ability to have been able to meet supply most of the time. We have seen progress, encouraging progress in terms of municipalities that are acknowledging that they need to find ways of working with us for them to keep their part of the bargain in terms of paying us, who signed distribution agency agreements. And we are really seeing positive results coming from the space for us to want to role model that approach to the rest of the municipalities that are struggling. We continued internally to strengthen our leadership and governance. We have an EXCO now that is really focused in driving the strategy that I've shown you in the previous slide. The chair has spoken about the NTCSA being operationalized. We are taking further strides in terms of ensuring that the market and the open market is made possible. And for this reason, we have started off by engaging in the energy market code setup with the affected stakeholders. We have, as a business, received a positive review from rating agencies, from stable to positive in the year under review. This is a recognition by an independent global party that actually sees that the results of the work that we're doing are positive, and accordingly reward us in terms of our risk rating, which is important for the periods when we are going to re-enter market for raising capital. I'm hoping that we maintain this trajectory even this year, given that very soon, in the next 12 to 18 months, we may be entering the markets. The chair spoken about our explicit intention in terms of ourselves building capacity in terms of renewables portfolio. We've gone some steps in terms of modernizing our power system. with battery energy storage facilities. We have been creative in terms of an enabling way of accessing renewables, wind in particular, even with the grid infrastructure that we have, by looking at how to use curtailment. And last year, November, we had a massive campaign to change over the prepaid meters, recoding them, and in the process also installed some new generation smart meters, which has led us to quantify, identify the extent of zero bias and begin to tackle it, because it does hurt us from a revenue perspective. And the aspects relating to zero emissions, we now have a decision in terms of the minimum emission standards from the Ministry of DEFF, and we are essentially engaging with it for us to respond. From our own internal work, from the distribution business, we have gotten underway with implementing the pilots for e-mobility, electric vehicle infrastructure. We've launched this at our campus at Midrand in the Eskom Academy of Learning. We've already rolled this out now in our coastal cluster as we roll out electric vehicles and electric vehicle infrastructure, and a new offering that the distribution business will pivot into as we embrace reforms in the space. So in the next slide, Chair, we indicate the explicit data, as I've said before, that essentially shows from left to right the number of load shedding days in the year FY 2023, FY 2024, and the last year, which is FY 2025. And you can see that we moved from 280 days in 2023, 329 days in 2024. The interventions that we embarked on led us to move from the 329 days to only 13 days last year. We have done so whilst the energy sent out, the production capacity that we had essentially increased in that period, year on year, by 6%, in 2025. And we've been able to do this with a 45% reduction in diesel utilization. It's important that we state this very explicitly, because very often, there are narratives that are being driven that seeks to undermine the progress that the 41,000 employees of Eskom are making, and those who are working in collaboration with us. When we do so, we undermine the confidence of the work that we do, and we undermine ourselves as a country. And yet, all this is done when this data is publicly available. We share it regularly, and we do so because we understand the role that we play beyond ourselves as a company, in terms of the image of the country and its investment potential, because that's what we see ourselves enabling this country to function and be economically active. So this is the data. There is no other data, and there is no other story to be able to tell from this data as it sits. The facts remains that the implementation of the Generation Recovery Plan is yielding results. As the chair said, we are not out of the woods yet. We are working very hard to do some course corrections and adaptation to our plans to ensure that we can get to a point where load shedding is purely behind us, as we add more capacity, stabilize our maintenance, existing fleet from maintenance activities. But we are quite encouraged by the progress that we are making in this regard. If we move to the next slide, Chair, and I have two more slides to deal with before my colleagues take over, I would like to discuss the next slide, please. The next slide deals with some of the lessons that we have learned and areas that we needed to focus on in the recent past. And this is really reflecting on the load shedding events between Jan and March this year. Chair, from my side, I cannot see the slide. I just want to see if members are able to see it themselves.
Nope.
No. Yeah, we're seeing it now, or I can see it now.
Okay, Chris, is the next slide after this one? This slide, Chair, talks to the review of the root causes related to the recent incidents. And as always, these things ultimately culminate in three key focal areas of people, plant, and processes in our environment. Our people have invested quite a lot of effort in getting us to where we are, but some of these interventions need to be doubled up, hardwired, recoded, especially from leadership and management perspective. The work that we do is highly pressurizing, and it requires consistency and high energy all the time. And in some of these areas, we've picked up that we needed to really double up in terms of targeted programs and capacitation and coaching of our people to be able to adapt to changing environments and remaining alert all the time. Managing stress, this is an issue that deals with employee wellness. It's something that we should not be taking for granted, because as programs started and ramped up, a lot of people, had a lot of themselves to give. And our responsibility as leaders is to create an environment where they remain rejuvenated throughout this process, through support, of the individuals, but also through ensuring that there's enough capacity to spread the load. We also have to focus more on a compacting approach and ensuring that adherence to discipline is maintained as well, as we go through longer periods of implementing the programs. We've refocused our attention on closer collaborations with our partners, government-led program through NICOM Workstream 1, and also tapping into utility skill support from partners like KEPCO, SINEC, Siemens, and others, OEMs, to ensure that our people's capabilities are refreshed and we can use the expertise to really target areas that are stubborn or more stubborn than we initially anticipated in resolving. So we're dealing with this from a people perspective, plant processes, much more higher focus on risk assessments, sometimes combining insights from observations is not a natural skill, and so the risk assessment training is important as we appreciate the root causes of some of the incidents that have happened, and therefore we go back and address the gaps that we see as part of the lessons learned. And the next one is the rigorous monitoring and management of production risks. Chair, you will have seen that in the last 5 weeks, it's not 5 weeks, we had very strange weather in the most parts of the country. The implications of this are that, at the time when the impression is created that people are off grid and not dependent on us, and we do our plans to do our equipment maintenance, when the sun doesn't shine or wind is not blowing, everybody returns to us. They don't return to us only with the demand that they have for their own consumption. They return to us with that demand, plus also the demand to recharge their own batteries, which spikes our demand very high when we have taken our equipment for maintenance in line with our plan. So there are dynamics that are now taking place that also have to be incorporated in terms of our planning. So we do, again, acknowledge that the rigor of monitoring and managing production risks is something that we also have to elevate, because it has caught us in some instances, and we've seen this as a matter of fact. Yesterday, this is what we're battling with most of the time, with increased step changes, spikes in terms of demand as a result of no renewables energy availability as anticipated. Then the last one is focusing on establishing recovery teams that are supporting the peripheral teams to ensure that whilst those are looking at narrow issues, they've got a wider coverage of the risk broadly. So let me go to the next slide, which will be the last but one slide. This slide talks to the issue of municipal debt. I think when you look at this slide, you can see three characteristics. The first one is the acute drop in payment levels, reflected by the red line that peaks in March 2021 and start dropping quite consistently all the way to 2025. So the payment levels, the discipline of payment is headed south consistently. The second big characteristic is March 2023 to March 2024. March 2023 is when the municipality debt relief program was introduced by National Treasury, and you can see the huge jump from March 2023 to 2024. Despite an intervention being made available by government, municipalities essentially started accelerating their non-payment, as indicated by the growth in the debt of 27%. And subsequent to that, March 24 to March 25, you see that level of adherence to payments deteriorating further, or at a faster pace with a 33% increase. This is the portion that we indicate that at this rate, everything that was done or intended to be achieved by the Eskom debt relief program will be negated by municipalities' non-payment, municipalities that do not pay us and continue to consume electricity in their neighborhood. So what have we done? This is where the issue of the distribution agency agreements comes into play, and it will be my last slide, Chair. We have accepted that the government's program of National Treasury is not working with municipalities. We see room for a mutually agreed to collaboration approach through the distribution agency agreement, which has three facets fundamentally. The first one is that it is an agreement between the Munich and Eskom that helps with the improvement of revenue collection. This way, we avoid the growth in future areas. So we arrest the growth of areas by making sure that the current account is kept up to date or as close as possible. And increasingly, we see improvements in the space. We have made known last month that for the first time since 2017, the municipality of Fulin was able to pay its monthly bill in full. This is a result of the interventions we have with them, our ability to help them improve their collection rates, our setting up of systems, working with them to develop skills and capacitation, so that they can also improve the quality of service to their customers, because that's also important. When we do so, we leave them with skills and ability to then break off from us and run that capability down the line when we have reached a point of no return. The principle that we embody when we do this is that the electricity business is ring-fenced, so the revenues from there are collected in a separate account. We do, as Eskom, the billing and the revenue collection to all customers supplied by municipality. We also look at how to improve the collection by making sure that metering and electricity theft is attended to in that space. The second big component here is that the FBE, the free basic electricity grant that are provided by the state, will then be directly provided to Eskom, because what's really happening is that these funds are dispersed by the states but never reach us whilst consumption is happening on the other side. What do we need for this to work? Chair, we as the chair of Eskom indicated, we actually require this to be a program that is owned, supported, championed by National Treasury through a new circular or an amendment to the ERA to ensure that this is mandatory. We are at the point where talking is not going to really yield the results that we want. We get ourselves entangled in long programs with municipalities whilst the situation is actually becoming dire. If Eskom fails, we put the entire country at risk here. And there's a time now that we need to act and make sure that we hold municipalities that are not keeping their part of the bargain to really account in this space. But of course, the reforms in the electricity distribution industry needs to also be accelerated, and that work is being taken care of at the NICOM level. The next step that we'll essentially look at as a last resort will be the introduction of prepaid or credit limited electricity supply agreements with this municipality, so we do not run the risk of crippling Eskom at the expense of the country because of a few municipalities. Chair, this is a context within which corporate plan is based, and also our shareholder compact. The shareholder compact is structured to ensure that we are stretched from a performance and ambition perspective. And I'd like to hand over to my colleague Nontokozo, Nontokozo Hadebe, who will deal with both the corporate plan and the shareholder compact itself. And Martin will then come in to close off with the financial plan that accompanies both these two plans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Nontokozo.
Thanks, Chair. Can I check if you can hear us from the boardroom this side? Loud and clear.
We hear you. Thank you. We can hear you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Chairperson, all the members of the committee, our Chairperson, Eskom board Chairperson, the GCE, and all the Eskom members that are here in the room. And thank you for the opportunity to take you through the corporate plan. Really, our chair and the GCE have contextualized the corporate plan. So what we will be doing for the remaining slides is just to give a bit more color in terms of the initiatives as well as the targets that we have set ourselves throughout this corporate plan. I think first and foremost, we don't operate in isolation as Eskom. We do operate in a broader electricity and energy industry in the country. So we have to also just take our call from the department in terms of the strategic objectives and make sure that we align to that. So we've had in the development of the corporate plan several engagements with the department just to make sure that as Eskom we align and contribute to the broader strategic objectives, which was good in a sense that also we saw this aligning nicely with where Eskom should be focusing in terms of the future. And it also gave the opportunity for the department to also stretch us in some of the areas, for example, the innovation and industrialization, and also think broader than South Africa in terms of our services and start looking into the continent and offering that energy leadership from the experience that we have. We're not going to talk bullet by bullet on this, but I think the first one being importantly availability and affordability. We know that there's still a backlog in terms of electrification, in terms of access, for example, of about 1.6 million. And as Eskom, we have a role to play from conventional electrification program, but also exploring the likes of microgrids to other areas where we cannot do the conventional way of providing electricity. Energy security is the second one, and it is embedded in terms of the draft IRP and the previous one. We have spoken at length in terms of venturing or accelerating the delivery of the renewables pipeline. Yes, it is the business that as an energy business we want to participate in, but it supports the IRP, what we are also doing from our side in terms of the energy security and make sure that we work with the department towards at least the 29 gigawatt new capacity that is being proposed in terms of the IRP. The JET program that we are implementing also provides us an opportunity in terms of the industrialization. We can talk about it later on, but there are areas that we are looking in terms of microgrids and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Why we do that? But we are also looking at opportunities of manufacturing the components of all of those areas in the country, which then drives the innovation and industrialization. We have done quite a number of work while solving for the operational challenges as well, but also through our innovation teams. For example, the CEO touched on the 20 megawatt battery energy storage system, which is the first in the country, but the first in Africa. and also the rollout of the microgrids. So there is an opportunity to also extend that knowledge and operations beyond the continent. We can move to the next slide. So as a matter of emphasis, we are quite confident that the corporate plan that we are putting in front of the committee indicates those transformational shifts and are moving Eskom towards a more competitive and sustainable company that is likely to operate for another 102 years, as we have done just now. So we looking at really moving from small scale in terms of clean energy and really driving the clean energy project up to at least 6 gigawatts in the next 5 years, which is really bulk of it. It's renewables, but there is nuclear. There is also gas as part of that, as we know that there is also a gas master plan that has been finalized, and we are supporting it greatly. The discussions from the chair and the CEO have indicated that we've had challenges. In some instances, we're dealing with them as they come, but now we are really taking a more proactive approach to dealing with our challenges. We know that we're going to have coal operations for the longest times. We have new fleet like the likes of Kusile, Medupi, that's been going to run for 40 years or so. So we have to be proactive in running those, but mindful of the environmental impact, which is why we are also looking at clean coal solutions through the generations team and the research team of how while we're running our coal fleet, we are also reducing the environmental impact. We are also partnering with other partners like the Council of Geoscience and suppliers to help us reach the reduction in the emissions. Dan has spoken at length in terms of the innovative solution around the debt collection. Similarly, we have to be more agile, look at how we deploy other systems and tools that are going to make us a bit even more efficient, like the digital transformation, focusing more on customer-centric solution. This is going to be more prominent or pronounced in terms of our distribution business, as well as the renewable business in terms of the customer-centric solutions that we are taking. So in terms of the first objective of operational sustainability, in the short to medium term, it is really in terms of recovering and sustaining generation performances to move and improve in terms of as we improve on our maintenance and bringing in more capacity, improve our EAF performance. From currently 61% to 70%. We're going to talk more in terms of that. We also, over and above the municipal debt challenges, losing revenue from that side, we do have a quite significant number in terms of energy losses. I think the estimations, but the GE distribution Monday can even give us the numbers. They are estimated at about 12 billion that we lose from the technical losses. So we do have to focus on reducing those to at least below 10 by year end 30. For now, it's cropped up to above 10.5. Looking into 11%, we definitely have to make sure that we arrest that. And there are a number of interventions, including the smart meter program that we will be rolling out. There is work that we, the chair mentioned, the single digit tariffs that we, and then aligning the business to that. So there's quite a lot of work that is being done internally in terms of identifying additional opportunities to increase revenue, but also managing our cost and to make sure that we are still able to provide electricity affordably, but also the business is still sustainable going forward. So the next slide. Yes, this is a 2-year to 3-year generation recovery plan that has seen us through and really led to the reduction of the load shedding. And as indicated, there's quite a lot of gains that have been made. I think the board has been really sitting on this and having proper oversight to make sure that we deliver on this plan. As indicated, we've achieved a number of areas, probably 2 or 3 are retaining, but maybe just to highlight one, which would have been the return of Medupi for one of the big milestones that we are looking into in May. It's still coming up in May. We're still confident in this plan. It's being reviewed, also touching to what Dan said earlier on in terms of people, processes, and operations to complement the implementation of this plan. The next slide then is just complementing the previous slide of just illustrating really the capacity that has been delivered through this plan and what is still required. As indicated, the Medupi Unit 4 coming back on or synchronized by May 2025. Then we look at the second objective, which will be the facilitating a competitive future energy industry. It goes beyond facilitating the competitive, but it also an opportunity to reposition Eskom in the same competitive industry on how we show up, which is where then the implementation of the clean energy projects by 2030 of the 6 gigawatt. In the previous sittings of the portfolio committee, we have shown a detailed pipeline of the renewables and what will be delivered in the next 30 years. We still are working according to that, but obviously there are refinements as we see what the market says and or what are the projects that we can accelerate, which ones will be viable. But we are working with that project, which in a sense, firstly, leverages from the repurposing and the repowering of the stations that we have decommissioned, but also identifying areas where we have land, then we can easily scale up the production of the renewables pipeline. We're going to talk about in the next slide, probably just demonstrating quite nicely the unbundling, as well as what it means for the different entities. Yes, the unbundling it originated or came from our shareholder representative at the time, DPE. It's broader than Eskom. It's the whole industry ensuring the competitiveness, the efficiency, access to funding. For Eskom, it also gives us an opportunity to even evolve, to be more agile as well, and also look at our offering to the market, as I had indicated. From the NTCSA side, the first part has been done. They are now a legal entity, as indicated. Then we will have to work on the second part as guided by the legislation in terms of the ERC and what is required in this industry. But really the focus being to expand the grid through the TDP, but also ensure that we have sufficient and optimal infrastructure to allow for the new players to come in. And for the market to be more efficient in terms of the trading as well as the smart grid, because as we open up the infrastructure to a number of different types of energy sources, it does impact on how the grid operates. So we'll have to, they also just working on that. I did say that in terms of the customer services, it will be more pronounced on the distribution unit. As we are unbundling them, we're also just looking at what type of services and products they will be offering. Obviously, even the market has changed. The consumers are no longer just, it's no longer a unilateral relationship. They also produce electricity at the same vein. So we have to just cater for that you might be distributing electricity to them, but you might also be buying to provide it to the other areas. And then also the EV infrastructure. We have found an opportunity that we know that it's really growing at quite an alarming state in South Africa, particularly with the demand on the residential side. And we have been working on the EV infrastructure for quite some time, and we do think that we do have capacity to start rolling this across the country in the targeted areas. And for generations, I'm not going to spend time, but as indicated, there is a new capacity coming through nuclear and glass, but also just focusing on the stability and the efficiency of our base load. There's quite a lot as well that has been discussed in terms of the Eskom grid. We can move to the next one. And in terms of modernizing our power system, I've already spoken about the TDP. We do emphasize having constructed. So can you still hear us? So we're hearing a feedback. Okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you can continue.
Yes,
Okay.
we hear you clearly.
Yes,
Okay,
we can hear
thank
you
you.
clearly.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry, there was a
thank
bit
you.
of a feedback, so we're not too sure. I've already we've already spoken about the TDP, but we do emphasize that at least by 2030 we would have done close to 7,000 kilometers of the 14,000 that we have committed through the TDP. This is just from the NTCSA perspective, but there is also collaboration and working with the department and the private sector to deliver even more on and help us to get to the grid capacity even quicker in terms of the TDP. Similarly, as we strengthen the grid capacity from the transmission perspective, we also have to do the same in terms of the distribution network, also expanding the network and the transformer capacity. I did indicate the role of the smart meters in curbing the technical losses, but also the illegal connections that we foresee. Can you move to the next slide?
That's right.
The just energy, on the net zero emissions, we remain committed as Eskom, as well as to support the country in its ambitions in contributing to the net zero emissions and the treaties that we are party to. So we have discussed and presented at length in the committee in terms of the repowering and repurposing of the stations that we are decommissioning, which require decommissioning, and ones that have been decommissioned already. And I did also indicate that we are really exploring the clean coal integrated technologies that will help us to reduce our carbon emissions, while we are bringing the renewables as well to help us really get to a level where we are comfortable as a country that we are doing enough in terms of this area. But what is more important is the just energy transition, that we are not leaving our communities behind. We are not leaving the society. We are not leaving the open holes and the abundant power stations. We are using and leveraging those to divert into other industries which can grow and sustain those communities and the communities at large. And I think Dan also mentioned that we are grateful for the exemptions that we've received from the Department of Forest, Fisheries and Forestry. They do give us time to also work on the maintenance and the reinstallations that are required to meet our emissions standards in the next 5 years. So the next slide. So we've been just talking more on the operation side of the business, but there are pillars that or enablers that we are also strengthening or have strengthened to support the delivery of this corporate plan in the next 5 years. Definitely skills and capabilities, the leadership stability has been spoken about. Reskilling and upskilling as we venturing into clean coal technologies, as we venturing into renewables, we have to, we are also aligning our academy of learning in terms of reskilling and upskilling our workforce to align to the new areas that we are working on. Also just gonna pick up on stakeholder management and advocacy. This is just one area that we really, it is partly to improve and pick up of our brand. Definitely the last 3 or 4 years, our brand has deteriorated for a number of reasons. Load shedding in the main. I think there's been comments in the media and so forth of the trust deficit that we have created with our customers, with the society. And we are focusing on that to improve that side. But also the stretch corporate plan requires us that we engage other stakeholders as well. On the external front, I think just to pick up from what Dan was saying in terms of the municipal debt relief, the role that National Treasury will play to make sure that we are able to implement the DAA. But there are other areas as well in terms of the finalization of the IRP. We still talk about it as draft for now. The finalization will also just give us a bit of determination of where we should be going in certain areas. And also the developments in terms of the market codes and APP, which also help us to focus on the next steps for the NTSA and the rest of the business. Strategic partnerships are critical. Martin is going to show later on that in terms of the CAPEX requirements that we require, at least it's 321 billions. On that, it's mainly to sustain the current business. But we do intend to expand significantly, particularly in terms of the renewables, which then means that we really have to be more proactive in strategic partnership, so that we have sufficient resources, financial and skills to be able to execute on our programs. I'm not going to spend time on this as well. The governance, and we can have everything, we can deliver on the projects, we can look good, but if we don't have good governance and controlled environment, then that's just what it speaks for us as in terms of the integrity of the company. It is a focus, and I know the committee as well have requested that we come more frequent to the committee to talk about what we are doing in terms of governance, the audit recovery program, the state capture. You will see in the targets, we are even committing to resolve the cases that we have even more faster. We've increased the capacity internally to help us in terms of the investigations and assisting the entities for prosecution. Can move to the. I do have just 2 slides, which most of the targets I've already alluded to when I was speaking to the initiatives. So this is really what we have committed with the shareholder in terms of our delivery and the targets in the next 3 years. Maybe starting from now, we've seen the improvement from 45% in year 2024 to about 62% in year 2025. Obviously, we're still closing the books and doing the final amendments to the targets for the 25 for the financial year 25. They might still change. So the target for 26, therefore, further stretch the business so that we can elevate our performance, particularly in the areas which is where we are bleeding most, like the revenue losses, the technical losses, as I indicated. So for the electrification program, for example, I indicated from our side, it's at least 120,000 in the next, that will be our contribution in the next 3 years. I'm not gonna pick on all of them, but the distribution losses, I did speak to that, which is one of the areas that we want, as I indicated, we do want to reduce that to below 9, to below 10 by the end of the financial year. The timely resolution of fraud cases, we have committed to that as well. We have introduced the new KPIs as well to assist us in the delivery of the program. Let's move to the next slide. And then on this one, as well as I indicated that in the discussions with the shareholder, there is a drive, particularly in terms of seeing more transformation and innovation programs, which is one of the areas that we have also committed in terms of the preferential procurement, the corporate and social investment. And one of the work that we are doing is to look at our whole supplier development and transformation to make sure that we are even going even beyond what we are committing to what you see on the screen, working with the necessary board structures. In a nutshell, there is our corporate plan and our targets. Definitely, it is a shift. Some areas we might come back next year even more refined or more clearer of how we're gonna. So the initiatives are also developing. So we will require that patient from the committee as well. That some of the initiatives are work in progress. So we will be refining as we go along. Thank you. Let me hand over to Martin then to close on the financial and the finance and the capital plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Thokoza, and good morning, Honourable Chairman and honourable members and colleagues from Eskom and also from the department. I will take you now through a few slides on the financial performance. Now, this first slide shows you if we take the financial performance at the end of December and 24 and compare that to that of the previous year, which was December 2023, you will see there is a marked improvement in the financial performance of Eskom over this period. And when we look at it, it is basically predominantly driven from two areas. First of all, we see that there's a 16% increase in the revenue line. Now, that 16% itself is made up due to the 12.74% tariff increase, but we also saw that there's a 3.6% increase in the sales volumes. So those two together has resulted in a massive increase in the revenue line. Then on the primary energy cost line, you can see there is an improvement of 17% over the period. And the main reason for that is the lower usage of the OCGTs over that period. Now, the lower usage of the OCGTs can be seen in the results, in that we did not have so many days that we had load shedding during the year or during that period. And the main reason for that is the improvement in the EAF on the generation side, which means that capacity was available and we did not have to rely on the OCGTs, which is very expensive, to either minimize the impact of load shedding. I think, Chair, the other point that I would like to show is the improvement in the EBITDA line from 44 billion to 86 billion. Now, that is a very important line to Eskom, because if you get the EBITDA line right, you will see your operating profit line and your profit before tax will automatically also improve. We can see that we have received 64 billion debt relief from the government. of which 8 billion has been converted to equity. And since then, there has also been more approval to convert to equity. The debt securities and borrowings, we can see that it's actually dropped from the 439 to just over 400 billion. Next slide, please. I can't see the next slide on my side. Okay, it's coming. Chair, and when we look at our financial strategy, we have said there's basically 4 areas that we have to look into. Now, if I look at that graph in the middle of the page, on the left-hand side, you will see there that we improve the income statement is the one area, and that we can get right by revenue security and enhancement. And the issue there is that we develop new products and services that we can provide to the customers. And also we have to obtain cost-reflective tariffs, and we have to restructure the tariffs itself. Then also we focus very much on cost efficiency, and it is a drive in the business, and we have got a special program where we look into cost efficiencies and see where we can drive cost further down. Then on the right-hand side, you will see they strengthen the balance sheet. Now, first of all, we look at the balance sheet optimization, and then we realized that after the debt relief period, which is at the end of March 2026, we will have to start looking into borrowings again. But what we said is we want to limit it within acceptable limits, and we set ourselves a target that the total borrowings outstanding should not exceed 300 billion rand at any point in time. We look specifically into working capital. Now, taking into account working capital has got 3 elements, namely inventory, which is your stock, including coal stock. And then you have got your accounts receivable, which is normally your debtors. And then on the other side, you've got accounts payable, which is your creditors. We focus quite a lot on collecting money from the outstanding accounts, but I think we have spoken quite a lot about the municipal debt, and there is a big area that is causing a concern to us, and the Group Chief Executive has spoken about that, so I'm not going to dwell on that either. If you look then on the positive outcome to date, we can see there was a massive improvement in the liquidity position. And then also on the audit recovery program, we're driving compliance with internal controls. And I must just make the point is that we have got very good policies and procedures, but it is more compliance with the policies and procedures that is the focus area at this point in time. The Eskom board is also mandated the audit recovery program to improve Eskom's outcome. And then also what we're doing in terms of that is that we've agreed that from an EXCO, we will form an EXCO subcommittee that will every second week will look into progress that we've made in clearing out the audit findings. And then also we need to restore Eskom's confidence itself, because at this point in time, I think there's a lack of confidence in Eskom and we have to restore it. Next slide, please. So when we received the NERSA tariff outcomes, and we know that it's a 12%, and then for the years thereafter, it is around about 6%. We looked at it from a liquidity perspective, because that is very important to us. And we have said, let's then look at our CapEx. What can we afford? And we agreed that we can afford 320 billion over the next 5 years. And I will come back to that to show you the makeup of the 321 billion. We then also agreed that what we will do is we will reduce the operating costs with approximately 10 billion rand per year. And we are going to target specific areas, including the operating cost, which include primary energy. So a big focus area will be primary energy. And then in terms of the borrowings, we said we will include 75 billion in the borrowings, and we will start borrowing from FY28, and we target 25 billion per year. But as I said, we definitely do not want to exceed the 300 billion rand mark. On the municipal over debt on the other side, we realize the issues there, and we have targeted that we will try and endeavor to have it within a 10% per annum growth rate. And if you can remember from the slide that the Group Chief Executive showed, it was 27%, and I think it was about 30-odd%. So it is going to be quite a push, and we are going to rely very much on government for support that we can keep the growth to an acceptable level. And then we talk about the tariff, and for the first 3 years, we based it on the MIPD 6 tariff outcome, and thereafter we assume that it will not exceed 10%. And we will definitely require government, and as a last resort, and we understand the position of the fiscal situation, and that this will be very unlikely to get any further government support from the fiscus. Next slide, please. If we then look over the next 3 years, and we target the next 3 years because that is linked to the MIPD, we can see there's a gradual growth in the EBITDA line from the 90 billion up to just under 110 billion rand by FY28. And we can see because of the growth in the EBITDA, there is also an improvement on the profit before tax. And then also on the EBITDA margin, we can see there is a slight improvement in the EBITDA margin, although it is not at the level of around about 35%. Then on the cash interest cover, we can see there's an improvement, and we will, towards the end by FY27, we will exceed the target of 3.5 times. Next slide, please. We can see on the gross debt securities, we see a reduction, and we can see there that at the end of FY28, we're just over 335 billion. However, if we extend this to FY30, which is the planning period, we will be under the 300 billion or just about on 300 billion. The debt security of the debt service cover ratio, we can see towards the end, it is trending in the right direction. And I spoke about debt raising for FY26, 4.17, and then for FY27, 6.71. And these are just drawdowns from existing contracts that we've already got in place. And those contracts are for specific projects that we are already in the process of being constructed. And then you can see from FY28, we're going to start borrowing 25 billion. When we look at the return on our regulatory asset base, it's a historic return. We can see that it is far below the 16% that we want to achieve. And that just shows you that the tariff is not yet cost reflective, and we have to migrate towards cost reflectivity. Next slide. This is just a breakdown of the capex, and we can see there how from FY26 it will actually grow to FY30, and we start with 52 billion. At the end, we will spend 75 billion. And when we look specifically at sort of the blue bars, going from 8.98, we can see the build-up in distribution up to 15.5 in FY28, and then it drops. And the reason for that is that we're targeting to, within 3 years, roll out the smart meter program, where we're gonna exchange in the order of about 6 million smart meters. And the reason for that is that we can actually curb the growth in bypassing of meters itself. It will also give us a lot of benefits in terms of revenue. Then we can see sort of the green in the middle going from 9.96 to 38.7 billion. That relates very much to NTCSA, and that is the Transmission Development Plan rollout, where we need to strengthen the network to allow for renewables to be attached to the network or to connect to the grid. And then we look at generation, and we can see the generation staying very flat at around about 30 billion. And included in the 30 billion is approximately 18.5 billion, which is allocated for renewables and a gas allocation for generation. If you look on the pie graph on the left, you will see there that 140 billion over the five-year period will go to generation, and then 133 billion will go to transmission, with 44 billion to the distribution, and then you've got about 4 billion sitting in the support functions. And then the support functions is very much two areas where we need to spend some money. First of all, in the area of IT, we need to strengthen our networks. And then also in the area of our properties portfolio, we also need to do some upgrades on some of the areas there. Next slide. I think this was almost the last slide. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I can hand it over to the Group Chief Executive again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to the Chief Executive Officer.
Chair, thank you very much, and thanks to the team for the collaboration. Chair, this is essentially the session where we would like to hand back, and perhaps with the full team. I do have the head of generation, Bekinumalo Mondebala, is also on the call. I think there's other executives as well sitting with Ntokozo to support and engage in the Q&A session that the members would like to embark on. Thank you, Chair.
Chris, can you remove the presentation, please?
Is it the period or the time for questions and answers now? Secretary?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Hey, let me note the hands from the honorable members. I see that Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Mylem, and then we'll follow by Honorable Bosi and Tren. The platform is yours, Honorables.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, I've got a few questions. Municipalities owe Eskom round about almost 100 billion rand. So there's a debt of 100 billion rand. Only 2 municipalities have signed agreements to pay the debt. 14 municipalities make up 58% of that debt. And there was a scheme in place where municipalities, when they pay their debt regularly, that there's a reduction or they cancel the historical debt. So I want to know how many municipalities have kept to that agreement of paying their current debt and having the historical debt written off. And I think, Chairperson, all the presenters spoke about improving the reputation of Eskom, and one of the problems Eskom has is the efficiency of the plants. The efficiency is between 33% and 36%. Now, in 2021 already, Eskom published a paper on clean coal technology. One of those technologies is supercritical pulverized fuel that could increase efficiency by 2.5%. And this was in 2021 already. So, I mean, we can't speak about clean coal technologies all the time. We want to see it actually being put into operation and improving the efficiency of Eskom power plants. There are many other ways or many other clean coal projects that can be applied, and with 200 years of possible coal supply, I think coal is going to be with us for a very long time. But we also have the other problem of the environmental issues associated with burning coal, and there are solutions to that. The gasification of coal, which makes it even more efficient when it comes to heating up the boilers for electricity. But we need to know, when are we going to see these methods of clean coal actually being put into operation? And then also, Chairperson, there's large-scale renewable projects that are underway. One of it is solar power plants, and I would like to know, does Eskom plan on running any renewable power plants like solar power plants, for example? And also those independent power producers that will be having or producing energy for Eskom, is there a requirement of localized content for those power plants? And then also, when it comes to independent power producers, these power purchase agreements that we have in place, we are paying more for electricity. Eskom is paying more for a unit of electricity to those independent power producers than what is actually sold, which means that we're buying something and we're selling it at a loss. Is that still feasible? And doesn't it actually mean that Eskom should actually have its own power plants, renewable power plants, generate its own electricity, and actually make it more feasible for Eskom and obviously for electricity users as well? There was a problem of illegal generation of prepaid tokens. Was that system secured? Do we no longer have the problem of prepaid electricity tokens being generated and Eskom not getting paid for it? And also on page 24, there's off-grid electrification connections for 2026 to 2028 of 50 off-grid connections, electrification connections per year, nothing for 2025. Is there no need for off-grid electrification connections for 2025? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Maile.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Eskom for the presentation. I also have several queries. The first one that I want to ask about is on slide 7, you indicate that 2 municipalities have signed the distribution agency agreement. I'd like some clarification as to what is being done to get the other, 69 odd municipalities to sign such agreements. Are they likely to sign such agreements? And if not, what will you do to mitigate the impact of municipal debt? And then just sort of following on from that, given that the biggest chunk of municipal debt sits with metros, who are extremely unlikely to hand over their power to collect revenue to Eskom, how do you propose to address that issue? On the same slide, you talk about minimum emission standards, and you say the appeal has been supported up to 2030. I take note of that announcement by the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. My concern is, what about beyond 2030, and what is being done to address the issues of your emissions? You know, I raised this a couple of weeks ago, that this is the third emissions deadline that Eskom has missed in having to extend minimum emission standards and granting you exemptions in that regard. This is the third deadline you've missed. So what are you doing to address that concern, particularly given the fact that the South African Medical Health Research Council has indicated that around those coal plants, the average death rate is 6% higher than the rest of the country. So there's a direct correlation between the emissions from those coal plants and the death of our citizens in South Africa. What are you doing to address that issue? How much is it going to cost? I take note of the clean coal solutions. How much is it going to cost to implement clean coal solutions? When will they be implemented by? And what are you doing to address that issue? I note also that you've, on slide 8, the reduction in diesel purchases, and it's referenced again later in the financials, and I'm very pleased about that. Just a question though, I'm informed that subsequent to towards the end of the financial year 24-25, in other words, in March and April this year, diesel purchases have been significantly higher. Can we get some information on that, please, and whether or not that is indeed true? Then on slide 10, where you talk about the distribution agency agreement in some detail, Mr. Marokane, and thank you very much for that. It's very interesting. I'd like some clarity as to what exactly you expect from amending the ERA in that regard, or alternatively, what you expect from National Treasury in the issuance of a circular. Now, let me be very clear. The issuance of a circular by National Treasury would certainly be a lot quicker and easier to accomplish than amending the ERA. So what exactly are you looking for out of that? Then on your corporate plan, under universal access, availability, affordability, and quality, you've got rollout microgrids to promote universal access. And we saw those microgrids at Komati when we were there, and they're very interesting. But I'd like a timeline and a plan as to where many, etc. Which communities are you planning on rolling these out to, and when? Because it seems like we've been talking about this forever, and there isn't a lot of activity taking place. So I'd really like that to be included in your KPIs. How many you're going to roll out, when they will be rolled out by, etc. Also on the same slide, can we please stop referring to NUCO? NUCO is a thing of the past. It's the NTC. We must refer to NTC as an entity. And then you talk about the renewables business, and it's on that slide where you talk about the breakup of the different, the unbundling. I'd really like some clarity, please. Why are we breaking out a new entity when it's clearly part of generation? It's a division of generation. It's not a new entity. I mean, nuclear is not an entity by itself. Coal is not an entity by itself. Why is Greenco or Eskom Green a new entity? Why is it going to have its own board of directors? Why is it going to have its own finance team? Why is it going to have its own legal team and HR team and things like that? Aren't we just duplicating already existing personnel, capacity, infrastructure, and therefore increasing our costs. So I'd really like some clarity as to why that is the case. Going back to the corporate plan, yeah, so the next issue that I've got is you talk about on slide 15 where you've got your EAF on a bouncing upward trending graph. You've got EAF sitting at 65%, and you say that's month to date for March 2024 and March 2025. Well, March 2025 was nowhere near 65%. In fact, EAF for Eskom has not been over 60%. It hasn't even touched 60% once this calendar year. So let's be realistic here and acknowledge the fact that 65% month to date is not a true reflection of the state of generation. Then on slide 20, it says execute transmission development plan, construct 6,600 kilometers of line by 2030. Can you reconcile that, please, for me with your shareholder compact slide on slide 26, where on the transmission lines installed, you've got 423 kilometers in FY26, 550 kilometers in FY27, 1,600 kilometers in FY28. That's about 2,000, call it 2,600 kilometers in 3 years. So you'd need to effectively add 3,400 kilometers in the next 2 years in that regard. And right back at the beginning, under transmission, I'm just trying to find it here, you talk about 5,044 kilometers. So there's huge, sorry, 5,044 kilometers was the figure that was presented on Wednesday by the department as the target for 2030. So we've got a discrepancy between what the department is saying, what Eskom's saying its target is upfront, 6,000 and something kilometers, and then what you actually put 6,600 kilometers, and then what you've put into your stakeholder agreement. I'm also concerned on slide 25, where distribution energy losses, and I accept that the 10.55 is year to date Q3, but then you increase for FY26. Why is that jumping for FY26? Why are we seeing more distribution energy losses in FY26 if we're working so hard to bring it down? And similarly, system average interruption duration index is also going up for FY26, and it's staying relatively high. So I'd like some clarity on that. Then just okay. On your financials, in the presentation to this committee by Eskom on the 31st of January this year, you indicated that your profit after tax and interest and deductions, etc., for this financial year would be in the region of 10 billion rand profit. According to National Treasury, though, we're looking at a deficit of about where's the figure? Sorry, I've lost my place here. 6.75 billion, I think it was. So can I get some clarity? Why is National Treasury saying that you guys are going to make a deficit, and yet you present it and say for the FY just completed, you're going to make a profit? So that doesn't add up in my book. And equally, if I look at the figures on slide 28, the profit before tax of 38 billion, and I accept that is to Q3. But if I then go to slide 31, we see that the forecast for the next FY is only 22.15. Why are we looking at a massive drop in profit into the next financial year? Can I get some clarity on that? I think that's it for now. Yeah, let me leave it there and we'll come back if there's more. Thank you very much.
Hello, Chair.
Chair,
Hello.
I
Hello.
think it's Mr. Nkosi next, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Ngosi. Honorable Ngosi, not Mr. Ngosi. Thank you very much, Honorable Maida. I think it's network.
Chair, can I come in? Right. Good morning, honorable members and all colleagues in the meeting. I think I only have 3, if not 4 questions to ask. First will be on I think I wanted to check with Eskom if was the shareholder compact finalized before the 1st of April 2024. That will be my first question, Chair. And I wanted to check also, Chair, if what measures are being implemented to combat vandalism of Eskom electrical systems, and also electricity theft, as Honorable Paulson has mentioned before or earlier. I want to check also, Chair, what is the expected impact on Eskom's operational efficiency due and also financial loss due to the vandalism and electricity theft. Also, I wanted to check what are the anticipated challenges and benefits of legally separating the distribution division by 2026, and how will this impact service delivery? Also, what is the status of the legal separation of the entity into the 3 distinct businesses? Those are the few questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also just appreciate the presentation and then go straight into my questions. In the previous financial year, Eskom failed to submit its books to the Auditor General on time, and also failed to implement the recommendations of the Auditor General for the last 5 years or so, as was reported to us. What is Eskom's current state of audit readiness? And has Eskom met its current deadlines with the Auditor General? Chair, then yesterday we had stage 2 load shedding. And one would have thought that our maintenance program in preparation for the oncoming winter would have mitigated and prevented, hopefully, load shedding going forward. So how prepared is Eskom to deal with the into our season? The municipal debt, Chair, has been the issue of debt of approximately 100 billion. This is going to continue to present to the financial sustainability, but not only financial, just as an entity, as a going concern. Minister, to the fact that this debt may be irrecoverable. And I wanted to know whether Eskom agrees with the statement that they made, and the implementation of smart meters, your key plan of the municipal debt. Chair, Eskom has also been accused of contributing to health problems. I think Honorable Milam has raised this in terms of report that has been submitted. Health problems of the communities in the vicinity of power stations, including increased death rates above the norm, 6% above the norm of the population. What is Eskom's response to these allegations? And is Eskom meeting the domestic and international standards with regards to harmful gas emissions? I also know that particularly in the Mpumalanga area, in one of my visits, one of the concerns with regards to increased health incidences in the greater Mpumalanga areas had to do with agriculture and crop spraying in particular. But anyway, I'd like to hear what Eskom's response to that is. We've had some also internal debate on the need to use our 200-year coal reserves as baseload, as well as the use of clean coal technology to solve the problem of environmental pollution. Can Eskom confirm the use of coal as baseload? In the presentation, it was mentioned that from experiences and lessons learned in other countries, Australia, in the EU and such like, that a baseload is needed. So can we confirm that our baseload is coal going forward? And also, can we confirm the use of clean coal technology and/or high efficiency, low emission technology as a part of the strategy of Eskom? Along the coast of the Eastern Cape, we've seen these huge wind turbines that were erected. My understanding is that with the electricity being generated from the wind turbines, there has been no connections to the grid. And so you've got this huge investment, but no connection to the grid. Was this a cart placed before the horse? These wind turbines also are a huge environmental hazard that has also been found to affect the migrating birds in particular, and has caused the deaths to some migrating birds, as well as some of the huger birds like your vultures and eagles and so on. And what is Eskom's response to that? Then penultimately, what is the status of the ITP program? Honorable Milam again, I think, raised the issue of the transmission lines, and thousands of transmission lines over the next decade need to be put into place. But what is the status of the ITP program? And then lastly, what is our progress in avoiding the gas cliff with respect to diversifying gas supply and developing your LNG infrastructure using methane-rich gas as a bridge? Thank you, Chair. And my apologies for those interruptions of the phone.
Thank you, Honorable Tring, Honorable Papchi, then followed by Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Eskom team for the presentations. Some of the positive trends we're seeing within Eskom's operations are much welcomed. It's good to see. Let's hope that it continues. There are just a couple of areas I want to focus on. A lot of what I wanted to say has been covered, but the distribution agency agreements appear to be a constructive and effective tool for ending the municipal non-payment problem. And my view is that it needs to be pursued aggressively with Treasury to implement that circular and those amendments possibly to the ERA so that this stops, because if it ends, it obviously makes a huge impact on Eskom's financial viability going forward. Coming then to open cycle gas turbines, my question here is, what should one expect in terms of, let's say, an energy availability factor of 75%? What should be the normal usage then of open cycle gas turbines, just as a benchmark? My third point is theft and vandalism. I do think Eskom perhaps needs to look carefully at an organized cooperative venture with communities and SAPs, because there are, without a doubt, hotspots within the country where the theft and vandalism takes place more regularly, and it doesn't appear to be much happening on the ground to address it. It's talked about, but it's not really happening. Then my final point is, many of the presenters spoke about Eskom's image and the need to improve it, and I have to agree with that. There's a huge need there. But I think perhaps what one needs to consider is what's happening on the ground with customers, and why is that image so bad? And I'm thinking, if you put yourself in the shoes of a customer, whether it be a residential customer or someone with a business, and your power goes out and you report it, you get a reference number, and a week later you still don't have power and you report it again, you get a reference number, and you have absolutely no way of knowing what's actually wrong, when it will be returned, or who to speak to. And generally what I'm finding is that customers speak to their ward councillors, and they generally have some kind of an arrangement with the local operational staff to get some feedback. But the absence of effective communication directly with customers plays a huge role in that negative image. And it's an area I think where Eskom can put some effort to improve. I get to read WhatsApp groups on a daily basis about Eskom outages and faults, and a lot of it's said to me from other provinces, not just KZN. And when one reads those comments and understands the level of anger and frustration that customers have, these are paying customers, when they don't know for days, even weeks, when their power will return, that's what drives the poor perception and the bad image. And I do think that's an area where some improvements can be made in terms of how to communicate more effectively with those customers on a direct basis. But it brings me to a concern, and that is the operational capacity that Eskom has in the field to deal with these unplanned outages, whether it's a cable joint or small transformer, cable theft. There does appear to be a lack of capacity spares in most precincts to be able to plan outages on a rapid basis. And I think more into going back to the depots that they had were capacitated and could deal with these outages more rapidly. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, I think you've noted me next.
Yes, you are the next one. Thank you, Honorable Papti. Honorable
Thank you, Chair. I've just stepped out of the Minerals Committee, so if there's a little bit of background noise, please do forgive that. Let me start by appreciating the presentation from Eskom. Quite a lot to look at, but I'm going to start with acknowledging, and I think it's a good idea to decouple the jet transition process, or the strategy rather, from coal power station shutdowns, because what I've said before is we need to stop putting up against two types of energy creations, when in reality we're trying to create an energy mix which includes coal plus renewables to give us energy security. So it's not coal or renewables, it's both, especially around the element of transition. I'm agreeing with the running of clean coal campaign. I think that's quite good and important. I saw some element of thoughts of direct collection from consumers. I think that's an interesting idea, but we do need to think more broadly about what that may do to municipalities even further. One of the things I said during the oversight visit, where we had all the different stakeholders in the room, is that we actually need a task team that's either run from the presidency or it's run from a sort of national office to basically pull together COGTA, SALGA, National Treasury, the Department of Electricity, Energy, Eskom, etc., all the different stakeholders, in fact, including water, because the reality here is that municipalities are not only struggling to pay electricity debts, they're also struggling to pay water and other types of infrastructure, and there needs to be a more broader systemic intervention. And I mention that because related to direct collection may solve an issue on one side, but it may create an even bigger problem on the other side. That long-term may mean that we are unable to invest in distribution energy infrastructure, which is a huge problem as it stands, including transformers, etc., and even transmission elements related to the urban distribution grid. Okay, I've mentioned that. I've mentioned the aging substations as well. That's a big reason for load reduction and load outages as well. And it also contributes to further consumer disgruntlement and this culture of non-payment, because we're seeing an erosion of the trust or trust deficit between consumers, local government, and Eskom. And it's sort of like a vicious circle, because the consumers don't trust local government doesn't trust that they'll pay. In the same way, Eskom doesn't trust local government, doesn't trust the consumer to pay. It's all a bit of a messy situation, and we need to start rebuilding trust. And I agree with honorable members who spoke about some interventions on municipal debt. We really need to do a continuation of that process, because much of what we heard during the oversight visit trip with Eskom as well was a lot of pointing fingers and a lot of, well, I'm not willing to back down or compromise, whether it was from Treasury or from Eskom or from COGTA, and we really need to find a better way forward. There was an interesting thing that NEXA actually, Mr. Nichols said yesterday when they were presenting the same thing to us. And he was basically talking about, the Komati, Grootvlei, Hendrina, Camden, all of those stations that are due for decommissioning in the future. This is a very interesting thing about this repower and repurpose thinking around the potential of putting small modular reactors in these different locations in the future. Obviously, this is a long-term goal, but I found that a fascinating idea. And what I'm trying to understand is whether Eskom is working with other entities such as NEXA to look beyond the kind of work that we're doing around the repowering and the repurposing. The story we experienced was not a good one, and that's why I want us to think more creatively and be better prepared on that element. My next point, Chair, is around the load shedding. We are load shedding right now. I think we're all very concerned and worried. It's the beginning of winter. We need to know how hard are we driving the OCGTs. I've asked this question in the past before, but we really need to know some numbers, because we also need to understand what the winter plan is, where the maintenance is. I think another honorable member mentioned it. But remember, you're not bringing us into confidence about some of these things, and that's part of where the challenge comes from. I'm just looking at my notes. I saw the EAF increase. I think that was explained in the presentation. I think my final point, Chair, is actually around Eskom needing to evolve. And I'm glad that we're seeing that in the strat plan, that it needs to be more competitive. We need to be more innovative. We need to turn the corner. And I know Minister's very passionate about this. And I know the team at Eskom is very passionate about this. So, it really is fascinating and important to see. Now we actually have to implement this kind of innovating thinking. Because if we don't, we're going to be left behind, whether it's because of IPPs, whether because the market's changing, or very importantly, whether it's because the consumer no longer trusts the system we need to reinstill that. And I think there needs to be a lot of work that's done in shareholding, but also in public buy-in in some of those interventions. But Chair, I'll leave it at that. And if there's anything else, I'll ask to come in at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasiha. I see Honorable Chabale.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning and to the executives as well as honorable members. Thank you for the presentation. There's quite a few things that I wanted to raise on this particular presentation. This is an incredibly well-delivered presentation, but again, we wanted to dig down and dig deeper into this presentation. And to do so, I think we're going to be limited a lot right now because we always have a lot of questions and we want clarity and understanding. One of the few things is, how come is it that we were caught unprepared? You know, whenever load shedding hits, we're the first point of call where people call us and ask us questions as to why is it that there is load shedding. Eskom has just announced stage 2. And we're supposed to be the first point of call where we're supposed to be knowing if there's going to be a load shedding scenario. And in this case, I don't think anybody in the portfolio committee knew about it, or even we were briefed as members of parliament, which is quite concerning, because if we get to understand our own governance information at the same time with the public, it becomes problematic. It means that we are not doing our work. We are not being briefed by our own entities, which Eskom is one of them, and we are not on top of the issues. So, you know, we were asked actually from a party point of view to say, what is going on? What do we do in terms of releasing a statement? I couldn't comment because I really didn't know what to say. And on the same part of it is, it shows that really we are not on top of things, you know. So I think Eskom needs to start taking the portfolio committee work seriously, because we respond to the people on the ground. We represent our own, people, which is South Africans. And when they have this kind of problems, they want to know as a mouthpiece from ourselves first as a public representative. So I think that issue should really be driven very seriously. Please take us into confidence. We are not here as a barking dog for, making your life difficult. Our job is to make sure that we can be effective as much as possible. The questions that I wanted to pose, one is of the financial nature first, and then I'll move with regards to the presentation that was actually delivered. One is to understand, Eskom presents financials annually, but we are never taken into confidence as to who is Eskom spending this chunk of money into. For instance, in terms of your energy generation, who is the current consumers? Who are the suppliers in Eskom of coal? Very big question, because your coal cost in terms of your, coal cost is quite high, and we want to know why. Who are the suppliers of diesel within Eskom? Who are the engineering companies? And how come there is continuously a complaint that Eskom's procurement division is only preferring companies that have been there generationally? For instance, you have evergreen companies that has never been removed from the supplier database are currently being the only ones preferred when it comes to these things. Yet when newer companies, emerging SMMEs, that are supposed to be given opportunities to procure and actually be trained, are not given opportunities that they can start opening up and competing. So can you, at some point, when we do some of these presentations, take us into confidence? Who enjoys the largest share, chunk of spend that happens within Eskom? And who are these companies? This is public information. We are in the public space. So there is nothing that should be kept under wraps as a secret, because these companies are operating using corporate, law and corporate, processes, and there shouldn't be anything secretive. We want to know who are these companies. The other thing, when I raised an issue to say there was a miscommunication, because the public is still given an impression that Kusile operated and was built at a major loss. But when we went on oversight, we were told that Kusile actually came in terms of its expenditure cost to finalize and build up the whole power station at 155 billion. But in the media, you're always given wrong figures and information. And so I think at some point, we need to start clarifying these issues so that we don't create the impression that there is an administration that is corrupt. There is, for instance, there is, executives that are corrupt, when actually, in fact, some of these costs are within acceptable line of expenditure, given the nature of a project and the span in which it ran. The other element that, one we need to move into is the aspect of Eskom focusing on starting to lower the cost of its coal procurement. There's a huge amount that is spent on coal and coal feed, and I think some of these prices can be negotiated in line with the recommendations that are coming in out of NERSA. So that is something that we can start looking at towards, in terms of how Eskom manages it. The municipality debt is another bigger problem. In our last meeting, I think when we were at the Department of Electricity and Energy in Pretoria on an oversight, there was an agreement to say, one, Eskom going forward will start engaging with municipalities on the basis that they are going to sell them electricity on prepaid basis until they have finalized the mechanisms and Treasury has brought in the levers of how they can start rescuing some of these municipalities and ensuring that the debt owed by municipalities can actually be settled. So it was quite concerning when we started seeing that actually the debt, after the jumping in of Treasury, suddenly there was a huge debt jump where debt moved from whereby 23 municipalities are currently honoring their accounts. And then 10 municipalities are doing their own part, but there's now a huge decline on other municipalities participating in actually paying this off. So what does it show you? There's a systematic problem. Municipalities are under the impression that once there is an agreement or there is an assistance program, suddenly they have no more responsibility towards honoring their debt. So this has to come to an end. Eskom has to implement the regiment. We spoke about this at length, that when you are collecting, for instance, prepaid revenue from a customer on electricity, the same modality in terms of purchase of electricity by Eskom, by municipalities to Eskom, should be applied on the same principle. This prepaid should be passed over to Eskom on a prepaid basis, and then Eskom guarantees these municipalities that level of service based on that. And then you work backwards on recovering the debt. So the question of the debt is a major issue. You cannot continue having customers that are dishonoring the debt repayment structure and everything. And then going back to the communities where we are now having what is now becoming rolling blackouts, but now actually being load reduction. This load reduction, unfortunately, most of the time hits the township, the most highly affected communities. They are for days at times, they are for hours at times. I mean, I go to certain communities where they tell you when we have electricity today, it's a bonus. Tomorrow we budget that we might have electricity for 4 hours and we might not have electricity the coming hours. Some communities go for days without electricity at all. These people have fridges, they have electric components, they have water heating that they need to do, they have clothing for children that they need to iron. They have basic things that we might not see it as critical in respect to what electricity does. But once there is that interruption, their fridges loses all of the, coal. They have to throw out foodstuffs that they have bought and wholesale and they are keeping in for a whole month. So the inconveniences caused towards communities is totally unacceptable, whereby you have to throw out away, for instance, your meat purchase over a month of 2,000 rand for a household. And you have to throw it away because your fridge is not working. Not because it's broken, because Eskom is not giving you electricity in the particular area. So I think we cannot accept the normalization of load shedding, load reduction under the disguise, because they believe that Eskom is still continuing with load shedding, but in this case, applying what they are seeing as load reduction. So I think at some point, there has to be some seriousness applied to these issues. There are some areas as well that are permanently under cable theft situation. A cable is laid today, seemingly a few days down the line or even a couple of hours, that same cable somehow disappears. And we are told that we have to wait for Eskom, and then Eskom will come and do the repair, or the municipality in that case will come and work together with Eskom to replace those things. But when you come to the bottom of it, people don't blame either municipality. They say it's an Eskom problem, and they say it's a problem with regards to electricity in South Africa. So why are we not implementing when a cable is laid? A new cable that was stolen has been removed, is laid down. Why are they not burying these cables with cement? If you need to even do it far much more robust, you add cement and you add concrete on it, and then you add steel on it, and you make sure that cable is buried. The unfortunate thing is, if you had to do any work on the cable, you would take time to recover or get access to that cable. But you have already prevented theft over cables that are frequently, forever being stolen in communities and are causing headaches of note. And here you have what? In homes, you have children, you have school-going kids, you have parents, you have people who are supposed to be supporting the homes and everything. And with this inconvenience, it's not okay. This is not something we should be normalizing. So, in just, in retrospect, the issues are huge. And I would wish, Chair, at some point you would give us the opportunity to have a proper engagement. This is the third time we are having a virtual with Eskom over the last quarter period, where we have not had a proper one-on-one sit down, where we will bring these documents and go through it, as I proposed in the first instance, that we needed a proper workshop of the issues and take us through in terms of walking us through. And unfortunately, we never got the opportunity during the oversight to go through that walk through with Eskom on the issues and all the aspects of what Eskom is struggling with, where we can give you inputs that we are very strong about, that we feel could assist and could carry the work going forward. But right now, we are keep on being thrown into this virtual environment, and it's not conducive for us to actually add serious value. Remember, at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. When they say there's a shareholder, the minister is the shareholder representative of the portfolio committee in Parliament. We are the shareholders representing the people's interests. So that has to be taken into account. But we are not given sufficient time as shareholders of Eskom to actually do the proper necessary work of interrogation. So I just wanted to really come to the point whereby at some point, take us through a proper session, not these hit and run sessions. You present huge information, you present documents and documents. And when it comes to the point of engagement, it's a 3-minute engagement, 5 minutes, and then we have to rush because the time has to be speeded up. And then we end up doing shoddy work and non-quality work. There are major problems within Eskom, and we will need to find ways to engage, and at the same time, find ways to make sure that we can build an Eskom that is robust. So the other plans, I adopted a situation whereby I said we will start sending robust, thorough, well-researched, well-documented questions towards all the presenters that are bringing in presentations so that we don't miss the gap. And those responses can be given orally or written. We're quite welcoming them and we're happy about it. So I'm not going to go deeper into this. I just wanted to just give a helicopter of the issues that we're sitting with. I cannot go into the deeper technical aspect of what we need to interrogate on the finances, on the technical side of it, on the legal side of it, on the separation of companies, etc. But we will bring you now written, documented questions in respect to this one. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nchabeleng. Is Honorable Mbata in? Honorable Mbata? Secretary?
I'm listening, Chair. Mr. Mbata is on the platform, Chair.
Oh,
I
always miss.
Now. But he didn't raise his hand, Chair.
Okay. I always sometimes skip him, so I don't want to skip him today. I wanted to give him a chance also to speak. Okay. I think these questions are enough for Eskom to answer them. Can I give over to the chairperson, Nyati, to delegate on how the questions are going to be responded?
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to ask Dan, he knows his team, and if he can just handle and allocate them appropriately. Thank you so much. Dan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you very much for the questions from honorable members. I'm going to, as always, group them in themes so that we can give them comprehensive attention. Members will find the responses intertwined with the feedback that the team will provide. As I said, I've got my whole colleague team here that will deal comprehensively with aspects of distribution, in generation, of strategy overall. But let me make the following comment, Chair, if I may. I am actually joining this session from London. The UK government hosted yesterday and today what is called the Future of Energy Conference. 60 countries represented here by government leaders, ministers, and about 300 industry players. And the key question that is really being engaged upon here is the whole concept of solving the energy trilemma. The energy trilemma that deals with energy security, energy access, and also the issue of sustainability. The recognition of everybody globally is that there are multiple pathways towards transitions, and countries choose pathways that respond to both their economic interests and also deals with the issues of moving towards cleaner and lower emissions in terms of the environmental sustainable aspect of it. The common theme that's going through this is that we all recognize that our circumstances are unique and we need to do this transition balancing all of these three aspects as we go through. And South Africa is in no different space. What we said from an Eskom perspective in support of government's ambitions was that the pathways that we needed to follow ourselves is one that recognizes that the ecosystems linked to our coal production, and those ecosystems requires of us to put plans of changing that talks to the reality on the ground. We've finished the work, as previously indicated, around the economic social impacts of how we transition from coal to other technologies, and that there's a gap that needs to be closed, both from new opportunities, repowering and repurposing, and there's money involved to support those transitions. And you need to have this in place to determine the pace at which you're going. And as we said, our minister, Shareholder Minister, has taken this paper through to cabinet. The minister has been mandated to work with all stakeholders to derive a plan that will be a plan strategy, and we are contributors through to it. So the discussion around the future of coal for us as a business is located within that broader country strategy, recognizing that it is a balancing act between economic activities and also the pace towards the transition on environmental aspects. I also want to address the issue that deals with the structure of Eskom going forward as to why are we having a separate green entity? Why is it not within generation? Why are we talking about NewCo and not NTCSA? These are all aspects that are operational, that deals with how do we bring into reality the strategic intent that we have. Our strategic intent is to unbundle, to set up separate entities that will be efficient in their part of value chain. NTCSA is one such. NTCSA is still 100% owned by Eskom. Its end state as part of the unbundling will be determined within a period of 5 years. The ERA calls from independent system operator. It calls for NTCSA to be that operator in the interim when the end state of NTCSA is being determined. The board is besieged with that process of establishing how best should that end state look like, and what is the implication on the rest of the business, and what is the, how will that then affect the South African public who owns Eskom and the service that it gets from Eskom. So we are doing that work. It will determine how that end state of a TSO NTCSA comes out, and we will come back to all the structures that we deal with as we finish that work and motivate for one way or another. So NTCSA it is. NewCo is an entity that is required to enable us to unbundle generation business in a manner that does not make us run the risk of losing all the licenses. So these are operational matters. They're about structuring and how to set up these transactions in a manner that allows the realization of the objectives. And I would like to give assurance to the members that we are looking very thoroughly in terms of entity structuring to make sure that they do function well for us. We have also said that the renewables business is going to be a different business in terms of thinking. It will involve partnerships so that Eskom's balance sheet is not the only one that is exposed. We can afford to go to the previous levels of debt. So we'll do business, the transactions with others, with their money, on our land, with our people, using our skills, and choosing to de-risk those projects because it will be in a competitive world. So how it's structured needs to enable that kind of a setup in line with the mandates that we're seeking to have. So I wanted to deal with these two chairs so that we can really understand that from a strategic point of view, the direction is very clear. How we operationalize that takes into consideration how do we make it such that it gives us the best possibility of running. Becky will deal with all the generation questions meticulously, and I'll come in where needed. Suffice to say that, Chair, the aspect of load shedding is one that we have said over several engagements that we have made tremendous progress in our generation recovery plan. That saw us having 96% of the time electricity in the last financial year. And we had also said that whilst we had made that progress, we are not yet out of the woods. We need to be in a position where we have brought on board all available capacity, required additional capacity, and also sustaining the maintenance levels that we needed to do. And we said when we arrive at the confluence of those two, we will come back and indicate our yes-no position around the end of load shedding. We do recognize that having run for 311 days without load shedding, we have gotten South Africans to rightfully be in a position where they expect no load shedding at all. But we have managed the systems knowing that we are still vulnerable when we do, especially when we do high levels of maintenance, as we are doing at the moment. In fact, this last summer, we have done more maintenance than we have ever done since 2022. It is for that reason that our EAF slightly takes a dip when we do that. And it's very natural. You're taking capacity, you're doing maintenance on it, so it's not available for production. But what you then see is that when you bring it back into operation, your availability starts increasing, like we saw last year. Last year, at the same time, we're having lower EAF. When we brought machines back, we're able to run throughout the winter for 311 days. We have adopted the same approach. We have also said that that approach does make us vulnerable because a lot of our machines are not available in case anything has to go wrong. But it's a pain for a short term that allows us to have gains on a longer term period. This year, we will enter June with additional capacity from Medupi Unit 6, Unit 4, Kusile 6, and the refurbished Quebec Unit 2. When we approach our next cycle of maintenance, we have more capacity, and therefore the level of maintenance will not be as high as it is, and it will help us smooth out our availability through the coming summer. And that will take us into a new realm of our capacity to support the system. It is part of the generation recovery plan that we're implementing, and it's one that we know sooner we need to get out of it. So I wanted to just give that perspective. And for that reason, when we do high maintenance, we use the capacity of our open cycle diesel equipped machines precisely to allow us and afford us the ability to do this. So yes, in a short given space of time, the diesel usage will spike. Over a period of a year, that will fizzle out, because when we get to a point where machines are back, we don't really use diesel. We go down to even less than 4% of the load factors. Like we've seen last year, the numbers that we presented today are actually showing how that looks like over a 12-month period. There's temptation to look at the month, to look at 2 months, and try to extrapolate graphs from that point onward. It is very tempting. But what you need to look at is what happens over cycles, because you have a window of high maintenance, and then we've got a winter of low maintenance and high availability through a longer period of run that we need to do. We'll explain all of this when we do the winter plan in a matter of days. In the next, on the 5th of May is a date that we've put through, because we'll then take the country into full confidence with all the data and show how this pans out. Chair, let me allow Monde to Becky to deal with the generation questions in detail. Monde will deal with the distribution questions that deals with the DAA customer issues and our collaboration with Munich debt collections and so
on. Okay, thank you, Giuseppe. Good morning, Chair and committee members and board chairperson. Chair, let me start where then you ended in terms of the EIF and the load shedding. I think the EIF, as you rightfully said, it is mostly the functions of PCLF, which is a plant, and then also the unavailability. Over the past 2 years, we have shown that the unavailability has been dropping and the EIF improving. But obviously now we're just coming out of the summer maintenance month. We have seen quite a number of units that are off. They are currently in the process of recommissioning. And then one of the things, Chair, most members were talking also as part of the generation future is the issue about the clean coal. And clean coal it involves a lot of technologies, Chair, apart from the newer station. Most of the stations were designed almost 20, 40 years ago. So part of what we are doing in this maintenance period, we are implementing the technologies to clean the environmental emission, just also to answer the question that was raised about the postponements. That is one of the issues that we have, as Exco agreed, that we will make sure that we do our maintenance on all the units and also implement the technologies that we have committed to the Department of Environment as well. So that's what, which means then the current outages are much longer than normally you would have because we are implementing these new technologies. And then on return is like also commissioning new plants. So we are going through that. Then what also aggravated the situation was obviously the rain this summer has been something that we seen as quite abnormal, because then you are planning for a certain summer season, and then when you deal with it like it happened yesterday, all of a sudden you see the demand growing over 1,500 to 4,000 over a day when you are already committed. It creates a vulnerability as well when you are busy with some setbacks on the system. But we are preparing now for winter, just to answer the question that was raised by the honorable member, that what we have been doing is part of preparing for the winter period as well. So with all the commissioning that we are doing now across most of the plant, it gives us some level of confidence that we should be able to deal with the winter as well, because it's also not as unpredictable as the summer. We deal with one. And then, Chair, the issue, I think there were 3 members that raised the issue of cleaner coal, and then also implementing the high efficiency machines. Chair, to look at our last 2 coal plants, which is Medupi and Usile, they are exactly addressing exactly that. These are our highest efficiency machines on the fleet. And then it also can be seen with their emissions as well. They are the lowest on the fleet. So we are continuous to work with our research team and international partners. So there is some more technologies that we will be bringing to board as well of what we are implementing in line with trying to make sure that we run more of the coal plant for longer as well. And I think the board is expecting that from us, and we will continue to do that. just touch on the EAF, that we will start seeing the EAF improving from next month, as we are now commissioning most of the units, Chair. I think we've touched on the issue of load shedding as well. Yeah, Chair, I think those were the other comment, on the issues of coal prices. I think that is something that we are continuously looking at as well to optimize our coal. Most of our stations that were faced with their stations, most of them were built on top of the mine supplier. So the opportunity there to diversify to different suppliers becomes limited. But also it has proven that those are our cheapest coal on the fleet actually, because you can negotiate in terms of long term. But yeah, we take the note that as we are concluding as well, there is a lot of new suppliers that are coming in where we are not mine tight. So I think those are ongoing issues that we are dealing. I think Martin, when he was presenting finance, he did say we will be focusing on the primary energy, which also includes the diesel ban. We then did share a slide in terms of the diesel that was banned the previous year. So obviously we will use the diesels in terms of assisting us meeting the peak demand. Yeah, maybe just one correction for Honorable Hassan. The load shedding that was implemented yesterday, we cancelled it to midnight yesterday, because it was really a short-term issue to deal with the spike that we've seen yesterday. As of today, we actually even not running any diesel now. We ran some of the in the morning. So we are back in the rhythm of going. So we want to maintain that rhythm, that we use diesel to go through the peaks and then not use it excessively. Then I will end there. Maybe let me allow Monday to come to.
Maybe before Monday comes in, Martin will also deal with our readiness for the current audit and what we are doing from last year's lessons and how our pace is looking this time. So ready yourself in the meantime, Martin. There are two questions I just want to respond to, Chair, through you, if I may. This has to do with the one question asked or coming to generation as to what are we doing to mitigate the issue of the gas cliff. The gas cliff is understood as being the reduction in supply, as naturally happens in gas fields that Sasol had for its customers inland mainly. So those are Sasol customers, they're not Eskom customers. Where interest come in is that our contribution towards a national solution is possible, because when we take our own demand for gas to power in line with the approvals that we have for building gas in powered operations in Richards Bay, we are able to pull together the requirements of Eskom and of Sasol customers to create a case for the importation of gas in the country. This is the most viable way of ensuring that the country can have this transition fuel available. And it is in this regard that we are collaborating with Sasol under the guidance of the ministry. We continue on our side to progress our projects, and we'll take it through our governance structures to get to investment decision. So we have moved from looking at our own needs to pooling our needs and those of the industrial gas users, so we can provide a solution towards the country's gas requirements. I'm comfortable with the collaboration in the space. Part of the engagements this week has been around, discussions with the Transnet private sector collaboration on getting the infrastructure installed in Richards Bay. So we are advancing those efforts, Chair, from our side. So we are coming to the party in that space. With regards to the ITP, the ministry has done a lot of work in terms of guiding this process together with National Treasury and the NT and NTCSA. A lot has been published in the last 3 weeks that calls for an indication, 1,100 kilometers of the first phase of private sector participation. There's been engagement with the market to understand what it will take on their side to want to participate in this arena, and the timelines we have are reflected in our shareholder compact in terms of us supporting and enabling space to ensure that the approach to the market is done in the last quarter of this calendar year. So that's a portion that will be earmarked for private sector participation. In the meantime, NTCSA, supported by Eskom Holdings, will look to do all the preparatory work to ensure that execution happens at a faster rate. You'll understand that the execution is highly influenced by the readiness of projects, getting the environmental permits, making sure that the land is bought and is appropriated using the law accordingly in terms of the public works framework, that all the engineering work is done on time, and all of these things have now been put in place, which allows us to ramp up when we get to execution phase, because you're not doing them piecemeal, and hence the shape of the ramp up cannot be determined by the historical performance where you're just preparing for one project and vis-a-vis a group of projects. So we are comfortable with the forecast of the ramp up vis-a-vis the historical performance, because the preparation has been very different in setting up. And we know this from an Eskom point of view, because at some point we're doing exactly this, and we're able to do above around 830 kilometers per year. So with the efforts that's gone into the preparation now, we are really recreating the readiness of the value chain, suppliers, the training, the engineering works, the approvals, to have them all lined up so that once you start construction, it becomes a really roller coaster train in the space. So the ITP is where it is. And we'll continue to do our bits and also make sure that we enable the private sector, once the processes are finalized, to be able to move and give us capacity to move faster as well. So I'll hand over to Monde to deal with all aspects relating to the distribution business.
Yeah, thanks, GC. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable members. Just to deal with the issues that relate to distribution, I think I've noted four key things that we mentioned. One talks to the spiraling of the mini debt. Yes, the debt is sitting at close to 100 billion now. There is an attempt between ourselves, National Treasury, to deal with the issue of the municipal debt. That attempt culminated in what is referred to as the mini debt relief program, which was then administered through the circular that was published by National Treasury. Our experience is that as of, I think on slide 7, it says, as of the March 2024, there were 23 municipalities out of the 71 that were on the debt relief program that were fully compliant. However, that picture soon quickly changed, wherein that number is reduced now to 10 of the municipalities that were fully compliant. It has been our experience that the moment that municipalities get on the program, then they then see this as a means of a payment holiday. Now, this picture has been exacerbated by the metros starting to also default. The metros, they are not on the debt program. There was only one metro that is on the debt program, that is Mangaung. And I can confirm that Mangaung, yes, they are struggling, but they are compliant. So with regards to the metros specifically, because they on a month-to-month basis, what to bill them is quite significant. So any default on a month-to-month becomes has got a big impact in terms of the growth of the area debt. We are currently trying to resolve the matter of the city of Johannesburg, we resolved the issue of the city of Tshwane, wherein we've agreed with them on a payment arrangement. City of Ekurhuleni, from time to time, we do better with them, but on a month-to-month basis, they pay their full bill for the month. The rest of the other metros, no issues. Yes, it is an ongoing challenge because what we experience in Eskom is similar to what they experience within the municipalities. What we have learned is that what started as an exercise by municipalities of not passing over the money to Eskom, it quickly became an issue of themselves not getting the money from their own customers. So the issue of non-payment is not just it's not just an Eskom issue. So it is a much bigger societal issue which requires a whole lot of other solutions. But in as far as the proposal that you put on the table, that of active partnering that will culminate on the agency agreement, so a significant portion of the problem lies in the capacity of the municipalities to run electricity businesses. What we're picking up is that very little of the small number of municipalities can actually run a functional electricity business. So that is why we came up with the concept of this active partnering, wherein we use our own skill and scale to support municipalities. At this point in time, the two that you referred to that have signed up on the DAA, that was an outcome of a court process wherein the municipal customers themselves, they took the municipalities to court, and the culmination thereof was that the municipalities were actually forced by the courts to sign up on this agency agreement. This maybe to answer Honorable Malham's question directly, what changes we require. This is where we're saying that for a particular defaulting municipality, this agency agreement then is to be compulsory and not necessarily voluntary as it is at the moment. What we've picked up is that municipalities, they rely heavily on the revenue that they generate from electricity because it helps them to do provide other services. So the issue of the revenue certainty or revenue security for municipality is central to them being very reluctant to hand over any of the operations to Eskom. So what you're saying is that with this agency agreement, when we go in, whatever we do the metering and the billing, we do the collection on behalf of the municipality, then we'll take the share that we would have normally billed the municipality, and then the balance then is handed over to the municipality. That's how the scheme is designed. So that is the exercise that we currently going through. We are engaging with National Treasury, we're engaging with the Ministry of Electricity and Energy, we're engaging with the Compact and Salga to make sure that this then becomes an opportunity to resolve the issue of the mini debt in the short term. However, there is an urgent need for structural reform of the EDI in its entirety for the long term. And that process is a process that is being undertaken through the NICOM structure. So that is the one element that I hope I've addressed somewhat. Or maybe just on the last question to a response to the question by Honorable Tabeling on the prepaid as a solution. Again, when we change the payment terms, there is a need to get into a different contractual agreement. Now, because of that, we run into the same problem because the same municipality must now agree. But just as a matter of course, whether it's prepaid or postpaid, after the first month, you pay every month. So I think just the concept of prepaid, it must be understood within that context. That after the first month, every month you pay, and you pay beyond that point. Then there was an issue about the energy losses, largely driven by the theft of electricity and illegal connections. There's quite a number of interventions that we're doing. I think here most that one is the issue of our rolling out of smart meters. But coupled with that, we are engaging with the Ministry of Electricity and Energy to fast track us getting to investment in terms of electrification. To do away with illegal connections, and then we'll be dealing with people that are tampering with them meters. So if everybody says, then the only thing that you're dealing with is meter tampering, which then talks to there was a question by Honorable Paulson about the whole issue of the vending system. Eskom is in the process of replacing its vending system. The current system is the one that is quite porous, and it is a system that is old. It's been with us, I think, since 2008. So that system has lived its by date. We're in the process of replacing that now. Unfortunately, that's going to take a bit of time. But whilst we're doing that, whilst we are sorting out the replacement, we have showed up the existing controls on the existing
Let's
system.
see what they give you. I don't think it's going to change drastically for you guys.
No, for us, we don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah, June
Then we
can
can
work.
discuss it in terms of the
But
project.
Honorable Fassi, mute please.
Thank you, Chair. May I continue?
Okay. Yeah, you can
Thank you.
continue, Chris, please.
Yes.
Sorry for that.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of the existing system, we have strengthened our controls, but whilst it remains, we remain vulnerable. However, we are doing all that we can to make sure that all the identified areas of potential vulnerabilities that we've closed that. We are working with the law enforcement to deal with the areas that we have that we've identified, and we now a lot of those cases have been handed over to law enforcement. The next point dealt with the issue of grid electrification and the microgrid specifically. Again, we are executing the alternative technologies on the electrification to address areas that are far flung from the existing grid, wherein to electrify those areas would actually be prohibited from a cost point of view. So now we're bringing these solutions of alternative technologies to ensure that we accelerate once more the access. We are rolling out our microgrids to those areas. Yes, it is a program that is being undertaken through the INEP program, which is an electrification program. Upfront, we need to agree with the department to say that these are the villages that we're going to connect through this process, and there must be agreement because that is a budget that we utilize to roll out these microgrids. It is on the we do have targets on the corporate plan, and then yes, we are delivering according to those targets. On the issues of customer service, yes, whilst a lot remains to be done in terms of improving how we serve our customers, that's something that is consuming us on a daily basis. We are introducing digital platforms so that we engage with our customers. We're moving away from this thing of having people being in queues and dying in queues simply just to get a service from Eskom. We are improving how we interact and interface with our customers. We have our chatbot called Alfred that is being utilized to log in faults. We have improved Alfred now to be able to do, you can even submit your meter readings now to Alfred. So yeah, but again, we cannot do enough. What part of our interventions that we have with the communities, what you refer to as community cooperatives. The community cooperatives are designed to deal with a few things. One is the issue of illegal connections and electricity theft. Second is the issue of theft and the vandalism of the infrastructure. And lastly, that the community needs to take ownership of the infrastructure that supports them. There was a question about load reduction. Again, load reduction is something that we implement as a last resort. A comment was made that Eskom are capacitated enough, both from a personnel and from a material point of view. What you've experienced is that we're spending a lot of money replacing transformers that have failed simply because people were illegally connecting themselves. And then this is how then we then run to a point whereby that became unsustainable. And hence we said we need to protect the infrastructure that we have. That is why a load reduction was then introduced. It is a means to protect the local infrastructure because we monitor the consumption on a real-time basis. Once we see that it's exceeding particular thresholds, then we proactively take steps to make sure that the infrastructure is not damaged. The opposite is that we leave that transformer to be overloaded and to eventually explode, with the result that it's going to take us 6 to 8 months to restore supply. So, but yes, we are undertaking a program to upgrade those transformers that needs to be upgraded. We are undertaking a program to ensure that we maintain our infrastructure that is close to the people. Yeah, but again, from a customer service point of view, it is a journey that we are on that will continue to improve on a day-by-day basis. Yeah, GC, I think I've covered all the issues that were raised. Can I hand over back to you?
Yeah, correct. Thanks, thanks, Monde. Maybe Martin, before you wrap up, Nontokozo can address herself to the issue of the shareholder compact numbers and their consistency with what's been shared by the ministry. I also want to close off on Honorable Nchabe's questions around supplier lists, evergreen companies, and procurement profiles. We are very happy to answer specific questions if we receive written comments, but we'll definitely show a flavor of this in our next engagements with the committee. We've taken the input on board. We have recently had to provide quite an extensive list to a parliamentary question. It's not a problem for us to disclose all of this within the realm of the contractual terms, but we've taken the message on. Nontokozo?
Thanks, GCE. Yeah, quickly on the shareholder compact, particularly in terms of the transmission development plan, we're gonna reconcile with the department on the 5,700. However, we had quoted in one of the pages on the corporate plan 6,600 kilometers. There is over a period of 5 years up until financial year 30. In the shareholder compact, it's not going to reconcile because that's a 3-year snapshot, which only ends up until financial year 28. So when Martin was presenting the capital plan, we also see how the capital allocation ramps up for MTCSA for the last 2 years, which is then going to make up the numbers up until 6,600. As also the GCE indicated, the preparations from the team to implement. So that's why we have 2 different numbers that we've quoted. It's just that 2 different periods. And the second question on the shareholder compact, yes, there was a question of whether we had finalized it by the 1st of April. Yes, it was approved by our board on the 25th of March and submitted both to our shareholder representative, the department, as well as National Treasury on the same day. So we did submit within the 1st of April. Thank you. I think that covers the issue of the context. Thanks.
Martin, all the finance questions and the audit readiness.
Thanks, Dan. If I can start with the audit readiness itself, there are two key dates that we have to comply with. The first date is the 31st of May, where we have to provide draft financials to National Treasury and the auditors. And then the second key date is the 31st of August, where we've got to provide approved financial statements audited to the shareholder. So what have we learned from last year? First of all, one of the issues was the whole issue around the NTCSA. It was the first time that we had to consolidate NTCSA into the financial statements. And then also in terms of the PFMA environment, it took much longer than what we anticipated. So what have we done around the PFMA? I think there's a lot of upfront planning that went into the PFMA. We've also started a program to manage the audit. In other words, what we're trying to do is to rather be proactive, getting documentation ready, making sure that we've got all the information that the auditors may require, so that we don't have to scurry around and then try and get documentation available. Some of the documentation we've already put into electronic format, so that it is electronic format, so that it's easy for the auditors to actually get the information. What we've also done is what we normally do is we do what we call a hard close. Now, the hard close is, we do that by the end of January. So we close the books at January as if it is a year-end audit. We know that there is still some adjustments that will go through, but we've actually enhanced the hard close to make sure that we try and cover as many issues as possible, so that if there's any issue, we can identify it up front. What we've also done is we've now got weekly tracking meetings of progress. This is more at an operational level, but at an EXCO level, there is a subcommittee that will, on a fortnightly basis, track progress with an escalation mechanism, because we find in the past that sometimes some of the queries are not escalated soon enough, and then what you find yourself is that at a later stage, when you start escalating it, it is almost too late. We've also agreed with the auditors that they are going to increase their resources. And the reason for that is that we identified that we can actually now start working in some of the weekends overtime, and also that the auditors will also work at those weekends. And we've agreed on the weekends, we've agreed on certain times that we're definitely going to need to work overtime when it comes to the crunch period. So all in all, there's a lot of things that we've done to try and move or improve on the audit. So at this point in time, we will definitely submit something by the 31st of May. We will submit a draft. We understand it will not be the final numbers, and we are targeting that towards the end of July, sort of the middle of August, to be finished, so that we can still take it through the proper governance structure as well. So at this point in time, I think we are in a far better position with the audit than what we've been last year. If I can then come back to the question around the OCGTs, yes, in the last 3 months, we spent approximately around 500 million rand per month on the OCGTs. And this was expected. I must make it very clear, it was expected. And the reason for that is we always find that during the summer period, where we start doing more maintenance, and specifically just before the winter, where we start pushing the maintenance, and Becky explained it, we then start relying on the OCGTs as well, and we have actually budgeted that way. The fact that we've actually spent more on the last 3 months on the OCGTs, but we are still within the budget for the full FY 2025 for the OCGTs. There was a question about what is the ideal running of the OCGTs, and if everything goes according to plan, ideally you would like to run them with a load factor of anything between 3 to 6%, and that is basically what we're trying to strive to. There was an issue about the financials being reported as 10 billion, while National Treasury refers to 6.75 billion. I must say I cannot comment on that because I haven't seen the 6.75, but Eskom has quoted the 10 billion now for a very long time, that we are going to make a profit of 10 billion. Then the question was raised on slide 28 regarding the profit only, where it's sitting at 34 and going to 22. The 34 is at the end of March 2024, and the 22 is for the full FY26 year. So the question can be raised now, if it's 34 by the end of December, what do you expect going to year end? We do expect that the 34 that it will be less than 34. And the reason for that is that Eskom is quite, there's a big seasonality impact on Eskom. Specifically, in the first 9 months of the year, you have the winter tariffs, and then you go over to the summer tariffs, but that is much lower. Also, you do a lot of the maintenance in the summer period, due to the demand being lower, but then you also rely quite a lot on the OCGTs in the summer period as well. And another big issue why there will be a drop in the profit is the fact that Eskom and SARS, we had a dispute around a diesel rebate, okay? And during FY25, the parties settled the debate, and SARS has actually repaid Eskom almost 10 billion rand in terms of the diesel rebate. So that has actually boosted the profits for FY25, and that will not be repeated in FY26. There was a question around the criminal costs. What is it costing Eskom? For FY24, the total cost of criminal conduct was in the order of 6.7 billion rand, of which 6.4 billion rand relates to energy theft. Okay, and then for December 24, the total amount was 5.8 billion, of which 5.7 billion was the energy theft. And that is why also, as Mondi has explained, with the smart meter rollout and other initiatives to try and curb those issues. There was a question around the IPP costs, but what we do see with the new programs, bid windows coming in, that the IPP costs specifically of wind and solar are coming down drastically to acceptable norms. So in the future, we will definitely see the cost of the renewables coming down. Dan, I think I have answered all the questions.
Thank you, Martin. Chairperson, may I please revert to you? This essentially covers our contribution from a Q&A perspective.
Thank you, Dan. And I would like to maybe check with the honorable members whether are there any follow-up. If not, so that I can summarize the meeting and close it. Myla?
Sorry, Chair. Just a quick one. I should have asked this earlier. Can we just get a very quick update from Mr. Marakane about the filling of the senior management vacancies at NTCSA, particularly the position of CEO? What is the current situation in that regard? Thank you.
Okay. Any other hand? None. Honorable, yeah, you are the only one, Honorable Myla. Dan?
Okay, I would like to check if Tato would like to take that. I'm very happy to do that, which is essentially an issue about the filling of senior positions within the business as a whole, and the approach that we take at the board level. Tato?
Yeah, no, let me take that then. Thank you so much. Yes, we have run a process, or let me say the board of NTCSA have been running a process over the last, I would say, 6 months or so, and they came to a process of trying to find a permanent CEO for NTCSA. And about 2 weeks ago, they submitted to the board of Eskom the preferred candidates in terms of the memorandum of incorporation. You're supposed to have 3 candidates that are submitted to the shareholder. In this case, the shareholder is Eskom. and they did submit those 3 candidates, and 2 of those candidates were recommended, but with a number of areas of improvements. And then one of the candidates was actually having gone through a psychometric assessment. The report indicated that they would not support the person to be moved forward. So out of the 3 candidates that were given, 3 had many areas of improvement, and 1 did not qualify. So in applying our minds as the board of Eskom, we felt that this is such a critical role that needs to be taken, this role of being a NTCSA CEO, given the aggressive timelines that we have, the execution of the TDP. We really needed someone who is, or someone who does not need any scaffolding in terms of supporting them in executing. We needed someone to be ready, and we went back to the board of NTCSA feeling that they need to come up with a candidate that's ready, not candidates that need significant support. So that is where we are with regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And now we have come to the conclusion and to the end of the meeting. But I just want to emphasize on this one of the smart meters. We heard you that you are talking about the smart meters, which you are supposed to have at least make sure that you meet the deadlines, and also you make sure that you fast track that issue, knowing that finances will also be the one who will lead you to do that. And the one that we are also concerned about is this one of the municipality steps. But out of the report that you gave us, you are also telling us that at least you are looking at it. Highgates West with the one of load shedding, which affects all South Africans in the country, and we are also concerned about it. Hey, you heard most the chair, the issue that let's not do the hit and run presentation and discussions. Maybe we have to look as the committee on how can we have a full day meeting in terms of getting more information also about this new entity that is the NTSA. That's the request from one of our members, but the committee, the entire program, as we know that we have submitted it, but we'll look at it on how and when can we have that, and what is it exactly that we want more from you. Yes, the memo of cooperation, maybe one has to also have the full information on what is it that is there. We will ask our secretary to have a copy of that and also issue to members so that we can familiarize ourselves with it, so that we know what is it in that memo of cooperation. Otherwise, you tried, man, Eskom, to touch most of other things that are really very, very critical, and we are grateful to hear some of other information. And we wish to welcome Dan from London, as he has already mentioned that they are back from London from we'll say it's work related visit. It was not just for a honeymoon visit. They went there to understudy some of your things. We really appreciate that. We hope that all those information will be shared with us as members of parliament, so that we have to have more information and we are empowered on that. Otherwise, Chairperson, if you are also done with everything, we wish to pass a word of, I will say, happiness and also appreciate that you managed to do this meeting today. We knew that you didn't have another chance. You wanted maybe to shift the meeting or reschedule it to another date, but knowing that the program is tight and our two members are supposed to attend, or even the mineral and resource workshop or portfolio committee. So we will share with them all what you have shared with us. We thank you very much. We appreciate. We hope that you will have a little bit of a rest for the 2 days that is the weekend, and then you'll come back fresh for the next week, because 24/7 we want Eskom to be on board. Chairperson, thank you with your team. Thank you, honorable members, to sacrifice and have a meeting. You know, Friday meetings, I don't really appreciate them, and I don't like them, because there are many things as human beings that are faced with during and towards the weekend, as family problems and also other things. But we all know that it's also a working day. Friday is also a working day. Thanks ever so much. Thank you, officials and the backup staff. You are always with us, and you are always patient to have our meetings in such a nature. Otherwise, the meeting stands adjourned.
Chair, Rico here. Chair.
Aye.
We still have,
Aye, Secretary.
hello, Chair. We still have additional items, Chair.
Which
internal
one?
matters. The oversight
Oh,
visit
the
report.
internal matters. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, the internal matters. So let's re-choose the Eskom, and then we stay behind as honorable members for quite a few minutes, not a long length. Okay. Minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
I have forgotten.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you, thank you, thank you. Secretary.
We're first going to deal with the oversight visit, Chair, report.
Oh, the one that were, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
flight
so-
it on the, yeah. Please,
Yeah,
flight
Lee is
it.
flighting it, Chair. Lee is flighting it, and she's going to type if there's any changes to the report, Chair.
Lee?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I'll just go through, because everybody has received it. I assume everybody has read it. Rico did send it to everybody. So I'm just going to go page by page if anybody wants to stop and make corrections. So page 1, it's just introduction and composition of the delegation. Hope everybody went through that. Everybody's happy with that. Okay, parliamentary staff introduction and then objectives of the oversight visit. That's page 2. You can just stop me if you want anything corrected. Page 2, page 3, presentations and briefings. 5.1.1 is on Eskom. When we went to Komati, so that's page 3. Page 4. Then it's the meeting with organized labor on page 5 and the steering committee. Page 6 is Steve Tsoete, local municipalities inputs. Okay, that goes to page 7. Page 8 is the inputs by the Presidential Climate Commission. Okay, page 8. It goes through to page 9, page 10. Oopsie, went a bit fast. Okay, then it was the Kusile visit.
Chair.
5.2.
Hello,
Chair,
Secretary.
Chair, it's Bapti here.
Page?
I'm dealing with the Kamati report.
Yes.
One of the comments that came out very clearly there is that no Eskom employees lost their jobs. And I think it's important that that fact is recorded in our report because there has been a lot of talk around it. We know that the impact on the community was negative, but there have been no job losses within Eskom itself.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay. Okay, then
Otherwise, you can just elaborate more by saying that they have been redeployed. I don't know what terminology can we use in other power stations. Yes. Carry on. Thank you, Honorable Bapti.
Can we put that under observations, or do you want it under this section, Mr. Bapti?
Yes, observation.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Just making notes. Okay, and then, okay, so that's that. 5.2 was Kusile Power Station. Page 10. This is just an overview of the presentation that they made until page 12. Okay, page 5.3 is then the meeting with Eskom, National Treasury, Cocta and Salga on the municipal debt, and then it gives an overview of each of the presentations we received from Eskom. Then it was National Treasury's presentation. 5.3.3 was the presentation by Cocta. It's on page 18. This is all from the presentations that was given. And then 5.3.4 was Salga's presentation on page 20. Okay. And then 5.4 is the meeting we had with Onsarum, also at the offices of DMRE at the time still. So this is Onsarum. Okay, and then the next one was our meeting with Senedi, 5.5. That's on page 24, and this just gives an overview of what was done there. Okay, we'll just make that corrections later. And then number 6 was just a brief overview of when we attended Nexus 60th anniversary of Safari. So it just gives a brief overview of that. Okay, so coming to 7 here is the observations, committee observations and findings. So here's Kamati Power Station. I won't go through all of it. I'll add Mr. Baptist here. Okay. Okay. I'll just add it here.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm just
Please?
adding Mr. Yes, I'm just adding Mr. Baptist's present suggestion.
Yeah, you can add it later on.
Okay,
It's fine.
that's fine.
Continue
Okay,
presenting.
that's fine. Okay, then 7.2 is the observations for Kusile Power Station. 7.3, observations on the meeting on the Eskom debt to municipal debt to Eskom. 7.5, it was the observations with regards to Sarum. And then 7.6, 7.5, the meeting with Senedi and the committee's observations. And then 8 is the committee's recommendations. I'm not sure if you want to go through the recommendations or if everybody is happy to make inputs. Should I go through the recommendations, Chair?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So the recommendations emanating from the oversight is the number one is benchmarking against international best practices and learning from other countries' experiences with coal plant decommissioning can provide valuable insights for improving the process in South Africa. That's on what came out of the Kamati oversight visit. And then future decommissioning efforts must prioritize the development of robust transition plans well in advance of the shutdown with input from all relevant stakeholders. Then Eskom should investigate and address the root causes of the cost overruns, including contractor performance and procurement processes at the Kusile power station. A report should be submitted to the committee within 6 months of the tabling of this report. So the committee asked for that information from Kusile power station. The next one is Eskom must implement robust mechanisms to prevent corruption and hold individuals accountable for past transgressions. Additionally, there should be transparency in reporting any ongoing investigations and actions taken against those implicated in corrupt practices. And the next one is any future housing developments should incorporate community input and address local housing efforts. So those three refer to the Kusile power plant. And the next
Chair?
one,
Chair, the bullet on Eskom implementing robust mechanisms to prevent corruption and hold individuals accountable, I'd like to add in there with particular reference to the housing development in the next bullet. So that
Housing
particular
development.
yes, I think it's important that we get something from Eskom in terms of what they're doing about whoever was responsible for that housing development and the losses that we incurred there.
Okay. And what was the name of that area? That place?
Wilga
Yes?
Housing Development. Wilga.
Wilga.
W-I-L-G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for reminding. I was also thinking about that place. Okay. Thank you very much.
okay. Then the third last bullet, a dedicated municipal recovery task team comprising the department, Eskom, National Treasury, COCTA, SALGA, and other relevant stakeholders should be established. The department should report back to the committee on the establishment of the task team within 6 months of the tabling of this report. Okay, then the second last bullet, the IRP must be submitted to Parliament at the end of the first quarter of the 25-26 financial year. That's what we heard from the department. And then the department and SANEDI must ensure that skills are developed to support the move to energy efficiency and the use of hydrogen fuel, specifically for youth and women. Those are the recommendations.
Honorable Fasia?
I'm just stepping out of the meeting. One moment.
Honorable Fasia.
Chairperson, I'm just stepping out of my physical meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Just a few things. Apologies. It's a bit of a crazy day with all the overlapping meetings. But effectively, I just wanted to make a few points on the recommendations and observations. It's important for us to put somewhere that even though Eskom is saying that they didn't, basically that they've absorbed all the employees, what they did do, and this is what Labour's confirmed and the community's confirmed, is they basically put everything into contractors and subcontractors, and then they just cut off the contractors and subcontractors. And those that were directly employed by Eskom were then taken to other power plants. But it is important that this very pivotal piece of information features in the report, because that is the true reflection from the community and what's going on the ground. And it's important to say that because in going forward, we need to ensure that as we decommission or as we move towards just energy transition, we don't put in the same sort of framework that actually does harm the community and actually does not center the labor elements of our society, because that's how do I say it in a polite way? It's a bit of a fluke way in which they did it. And that then leads me to my next point, which is around just labor transition. And it's featured in our report. But I think it's an important thing to say that in the just energy transition elements, we are also ensuring a just labor transition so that we don't leave communities behind. On this point, that's actually on the screen about a dedicated municipal recovery task team. I think one of the points I had made in the portfolio committee that day was to include the presidency in it, because we know they're doing some local government interventions around the country. And I just felt that it's very important that if we have it run at a more central level, you might get more outcomes. So I just wanted to add that part in. Whether, of course, it's implemented is another matter, because that's a different sphere of government. But I thought that's important to include. And then once we're done, if you could just scroll up to the beginning part of those recommendations. I'm sorry to do this because I'm on my phone as well. Okay, the benchmarking's fine. You see where we have future decommissioning efforts. That's where it was important for us to mention that communities can't be left behind. Because input from relevant stakeholders is one thing, but ensuring that communities are not left behind is another. Because we can get input from a society or a community and then do nothing about it. And that's something that came out very strongly from the community members and the labor representation that was there. Apart from there not being enough interaction, there actually just wasn't, how do I say, the centering of the most marginalized in the situation. And that's one of the reasons why Komati has become a bit of a ghost town. The report should be submitted. I think the other stuff is okay. Transparency, we agree on. Future housing, I think, Chair, I'm covered with those few changes. If there's anything else, I will alert the meeting or yourselves, Chair. But just of what I could do now, those are my changes. Thank you.
Mr. San, can I just get clarity about your just labor transition? Where do you want that, under observations, or do you want it as a recommendation?
I think it should be under observations. Sorry, through you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, it needs to be under observation, because it's more or less the point that was also raised by Honorable Babsi.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll include it. Thank you.
Honorable Babsi. Thanks.
Chair.
Hello.
Chair, it's Mr. Batty here. I'm making a proposal here, the last bullet, where it says the department and Saneri must ensure skills are developed to support the move to energy efficiency and the use of hydrogen fuel. KPR to indicate how much is done in terms of skills development and training and education. Because without that, my concern is that this may be, it may not manifest itself to a sufficient extent.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Bapti? We lost you there for a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say
what
that.
I'm proposing. Sorry. Is it better? Can you hear me now?
Honorable Babsi.
Okay, can you hear me now, ma'am?
Where do you want to put us?
The last
Where do you
bullet,
want us to put this one?
Under the recommendations is that the entities, the department and the entities include a KPR on skills development, training and education.
Okay. Yeah, we saw it.
Thank you.
Lee, can you proceed?
Sorry, I said I'm done, Chair. I'm just adding the recommendations from the members. So I'm just updating as per the members, but otherwise I'm done. I'm just waiting for members' inputs, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Members, do you have anything that you have picked up? Secretary, members are happy and they are fine. What's next?
Looks that way, yes, Chair.
I beg yours?
It looks that way, Chair. I'm confirming what you're saying. So we can move for the adoption, Chair.
Yeah. Members, can we adopt this report? Comrade or Honorable Bapti?
I'm in agreement, ma'am.
Thank you. Report has been adopted by Honorable Bapti. Any seconder?
Chair, second.
Honorable Milem seconds the report. Thank you very much, honorable members. Any other item when my island secretary?
The second term program, Chair. I'll run through it quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
Lee, can you stop your sharing?
I want also to say to honorable members, this program might change somewhere and there, but not the whole program. But we definitely have to look at it and then adopt it as a working document. And then if it changes, you will be informed about the changes there and there. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So we had the meeting, the briefing by Eskom. Next week, as members know, it's a leave period, 29 to 2 May. You're coming back that Monday, what is it, 5th? Yeah, Monday is a constituency, so Tuesday the 6th. But our next meeting will be on Wednesday the 7th, where we plan to consider and adopt the committee budget vote report, and then also briefings by Narwadi and NNR on their respective strat plans, APPs, and budgets. On Wednesday 14th, a briefing by Sanedi on the strategic plan for 25-26, APP 25-26, and the budget. Then this will be the end of the budget processes. These three entities will not be included in the report, Chair. As you can see here, we already tabling and considering and adopting the report on Wednesday the 7th already. Then, on Wednesday the 21st, we received a correspondence from our parliamentary international relations, where they've sent us a correspondence. Some UK parliamentarians want to meet with the committee. They want to meet with various other committees in Parliament as well, but we've identified Wednesday 21st where we can meet with them. This meeting will be from 12 to 1:45. The reason for this is there's mini plenaries the morning from 9 to 12 and then again from 2 to 5. So this is the only available time that we can meet with the UK parliamentarians. Again, the focus will be on the just energy transition, Chair. On Wednesday the 28th, the aim is to meet with various stakeholders, DEE, Eskom, COCTA, and SALGA, on the municipal electricity distribution industry. Then on Wednesday the 4th, the follow-up meeting on the gas cliff with other various stakeholders, which might include Sasol, Saoga, BUSA, CEF, and the IGUSA. On Wednesday the 11th, briefing by Sanedi and CSIR on the research relating to clean coal technologies, Chair. And then on Wednesday the 18th, briefing by the Minister and the DE on the revised IRP and update on the revision of the IEP, and then some internal matters that we're dealing with on that day as well. Then from 23 to 27, according to the parliamentary program is set aside for committee oversights. So our focus at this stage, as was discussed the other day as well, that we must have something with regard to NERSA and also a focus on the Electricity Regulation Act. The visit will include visits to solar water heater program where these have been installed, INEP, the visit to NEXA, the tour of the facility, and then a visit to Eskom's National Control Room. Then I've also received an email from Mr. Milam, Chair. Mr. Milam requested the following items, we try to include it in the program as well. A session on the transmission plan, an update on NTCSA and electricity market operator. 2, the status of the renewable energy sector, an update on the renewable energy sector. Where are we now? How has it developed? Costs, challenges, etc. So that is the program in a nutshell for the remainder of the second term, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The request from Honorable Milam is not far from the request that has been set by Honorable Chabileng. The only thing is that I've already mentioned that we need more, maybe to get more information on NTCSA, on all the memo of operation.
Incorporation, yeah.
And yes, and yeah, maybe we'll look at the agenda and also, at the program, and also we'll see on how do we feature and put all this. Otherwise, we appreciate all the inputs coming from the members of parliament. Yeah.
I see Mayor San's hand
I've
is
already.
raised.
Huh?
I see Mayor
I
San's
beg
hand is raised. Mayor San, Chair, her hand is raised.
Okay, Mayor Hassan.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I also want to appreciate the program. And as you indicated, given the situation now with the budget, there will be changes. And so what I actually wanted to propose is that we hold on to some of the additional meetings we want to put in. I don't in principle have an issue with those meetings necessarily. I'm just saying that we may have to actually sit a few more meetings than we expected to because of the change in the budget that we all don't quite know what it's going to be. So I think let's be a little bit more flexible. The transmission company stuff is important, and all of that is also quite important. But the reality is that we may not get to where we need to be for this particular term. And that's a challenge that we need to think about so that we don't get left behind with the work that we are required to submit.
Okay. Thanks ever so much, Honorable, by adding on what I've already said, and then you elaborated more so that Honorable Member can understand that there needs to be flexibility on this program. Thank you. Any other things, Secretary? Can we adopt this program as a working document as proposed?
Chair?
Yes.
It's a quick one. I just wanted to make a quick note. Today we had a clashing sort of portfolio committees. I had a portfolio committee of minerals and petroleum resources running a similar clashing program with our today. So I think maybe next time if we can find a way of just harmonizing them. I sit on both committees. I don't know how it's done. I'm new in the environment, so I'm just asking for clarity. That's all.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you so
we
much,
have
Chair.
taken note of that. Yeah, we've taken note of that. You are also serving in that committee. Eh?
Okay, yes, yes. Yes, I am on the
now
committee,
we've
Chair.
taken note. Next time we'll try and make sure that we don't make a clash on it, because you are many, about 3 or 4 members are part and parcel of that committee. So it makes us in a bad situation. Thanks ever so much for raising it. And also, yeah, those were the hands that were there. Yeah, we understand even Honorable Fasia is in and out of that meeting. So it's not correct to do that. Any adoption of the program as a working document? Honorable Fassi?
No, thanks, Chair. And maybe also just to inform Honorable Nchabileng, I know Chair was working on it with Chairperson Mahlauli. It was just out of our control because we needed to push with the budget issues. But with that, I'm happy to adopt the program as a working, livable document. Of course, we'll have to revisit it once we know what the new budget looks like and what it affects us on. But I think we have a good understanding of what work needs to be covered in this term. Thanks. With that, I move for the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Fassi. Honorable Maila?
Chair, I second the adoption.
Seconded by Honorable Mailem. Any other issues, Secretary?
No, Chair, just to add to Mayor San's issue and Mr. Nchabileng with regard to the classes. Look, we try to ensure that there's no classes. As Mayor San indicated, this week was now more the exception than the rule because of the budget votes and all of that. But even as I've indicated for our oversight, this term there's only this one oversight week. So again, there will be a clash. So those three members, Mayor San, Mr. Nchabileng, even Mr. Nkosi, who's sitting on science and technology.
Yes.
I'm sure they will be going on. So yeah, so those are just things that it's inevitable that there will be classes. Thanks, Chair. But otherwise, there's nothing else, nothing.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and also thank you very much, honorable members. And we really take a note of this clash. We'll try and avoid it for next time. And we took note of it, and we as Secretary has explained to you. Otherwise, thanks ever so much. Thanks ever so much, all officials and everybody who has joined the meeting. We want to say the meeting has adjourned now. Thank you. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you. Chair, can you and Mayor San stay behind quickly?
Okay.
Thank you. Enjoy the weekend, colleagues.
Thank you.
Mr. Bhakti, you too.
Take care.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, colleagues.
See you, Mr. Tring.